They built Mauthausen to break men. They built Gusen to finish them. Hidden just a few kilometers from the main camp, Gusen was not meant to stand alone in history. It was an extension, a shadow behind a shadow. But over time, it became something even darker. If Mauthausen was known as death through labor, then Gusen was labor perfected into annihilation. Here, prisoners did not simply suffer. They vanished. In the granite quarries and later in the underground tunnels carved beneath Austrian hills, men were driven past the limits of endurance. Political prisoners, Polish intellectuals, Spanish Republicans, Soviet prisoners of war, Jews deported into a system that treated life as expendable material. They descended into tunnels before dawn. They emerged covered in dust, starved, beaten, and counted not as people but as output. And when they collapsed, there was always another train arriving. Gusen was not widely photographed. It was not designed for spectacle. It was designed for efficiency, for silence, for attrition, for death at a rate so steady it no longer required drama. By the final months of the war, Gusen had become one of the most lethal places in the entire Nazi camp system, deadlier proportionally than many extermination centers. Yet for decades, its name remained overshadowed. Tonight, we step into Gusen, the deadliest section of Mauthausen. And before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters. And together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1. The expansion of a system. Before Gusen had a name of its own, it was an idea. Mauthausen, established in 1938 after the Anschluss of Austria, had already been classified as a Category 3 camp, the harshest in the Nazi system. This designation was not symbolic. It meant the camp was intended for prisoners considered beyond re-education. Political enemies, resistance members, intellectuals, and those labeled permanently undesirable were sent there not to be corrected, but to be destroyed through labor. But as the war expanded, so did the regime's appetite for stone, steel, and silence. The granite quarries surrounding Mauthausen were highly valuable. The SS had purchased them through front companies even before the camp officially opened. Prisoners were forced to extract massive blocks of stone that would be used in monumental Nazi construction projects. Architecture meant to symbolize the permanence of the Reich. Labor was not incidental to the camp's purpose. It was the purpose. And yet, by 1939, it was already clear that Mauthausen alone could not sustain the scale of exploitation the SS envisioned. The prisoner population was growing. Deportations from Poland began almost immediately after the invasion in September 1939. Thousands of Polish political prisoners, teachers, clergy, and community leaders were sent west, categorized as enemies of German order. The SS solution was not reform. It was expansion. Just a few kilometers from Mauthausen, near the small village of Gusen, new quarries offered opportunity. The land was rural, lightly populated, and close enough to integrate into the existing camp administration. Construction began in late 1939. Prisoners themselves were forced to build what would become the Gusen camp, barracks raised by starving hands, watchtowers constructed by those who would soon be guarded from them. From the beginning, Gusen was not conceived as a temporary overflow. It was designed as a permanent extension of destruction. Conditions during its construction were already lethal. Prisoners slept in unfinished barracks without insulation. Winter winds cut through thin uniforms. Food rations were minimal, and work hours stretched from darkness into darkness. Those too weak to carry stone were beaten. Those who faltered were punished publicly. Disease began to spread before the camp was fully operational. By May 1940, Gusen officially opened as a subcamp of Mauthausen. But in reality, it was something more severe. While administratively subordinate, Gusen quickly developed its own internal hierarchy of brutality. Many of the first prisoners were Polish political detainees, targeted deliberately as part of a strategy to eliminate the leadership class of occupied Poland. The mortality rate among them was staggering. Within months, thousands had died from exhaustion, malnutrition, beatings, or execution. Guards rotated between Mauthausen and Gusen, but Gusen gained a reputation even among SS personnel as particularly unforgiving. The terrain itself contributed to the cruelty. The quarries were vast and steep. Prisoners carried heavy granite blocks up uneven paths under constant supervision. Any misstep could result in injury, and injury often meant selection for execution. The system was simple: work until collapse, replace, repeat. As 1940 turned into 1941, deportations intensified. Spain's Republican exiles, captured after fleeing Franco's regime and later arrested by German forces in France, were sent to Mauthausen and overwhelmingly transferred to Gusen. They were marked with blue triangles and treated with particular hostility. Survival rates among them were devastatingly low. Gusen was becoming something distinct. Not merely a labor camp, not merely a subcamp, but a place where death was embedded into routine. The Nazi war economy was accelerating. Construction projects multiplied. Armament production began to take priority. The SS recognized that forced labor could be scaled. Camps were not just sites of repression, they were instruments of industrial output. And Gusen would soon become central to that transformation. By late 1941, the prisoner population had grown dramatically. Overcrowding worsened. Sanitation systems were insufficient. Barracks designed for hundreds held thousands. Food supplies were calculated not to sustain, but to prolong usefulness just enough to extract labor. This was the model. Gusen was not yet the underground industrial complex it would later become. That transformation lay ahead. But already its identity was forming. A camp where prisoners were reduced to productivity statistics, where mortality was accepted as normal, and where expansion meant deeper entrenchment of violence. It existed in the shadow of Mauthausen, but that shadow was lengthening. And soon, Gusen would no longer be merely an extension. It would become the deadliest section of the entire complex. Chapter 1, Segment 2. A camp within a camp. By the end of 1940, Gusen was no longer simply an extension of Mauthausen's quarry operations. It was evolving into something more systematic, a camp that mirrored the structure of its parent, but intensified its cruelty. The SS administration treated Gusen as both subordinate and experimental. Orders flowed from Mauthausen headquarters, yet daily operations at Gusen developed their own rhythm of punishment and control. Prisoner functionaries were appointed to enforce discipline inside the barracks. Capos, often selected for their physical strength or willingness to obey, were given authority over work details. The hierarchy was deliberate. The SS understood that domination worked best when fear was decentralized. Every morning began before sunrise. A siren, or sometimes a shouted command, cut through the cold air. Prisoners stumbled from bunks stacked 3 high, bodies pressed together through the night for warmth. Roll call followed, endless standing, sometimes for hours in rain or frost. Guards counted and recounted. A single missing body could mean collective punishment. If someone had died overnight, their corpse was often propped upright so numbers would remain correct until inspection ended. Time was not measured in days. It was measured in endurance. Work in the quarries remained the core of Gusen's existence. Granite extraction was brutal and methodical. Prisoners wielded primitive tools against stone that resisted every strike. Explosives were used to fracture large sections, but the hauling of blocks remained manual. Lines of men bent under crushing weight, climbing uneven slopes with bleeding hands and torn shoulders. A fall could trigger a chain reaction, one prisoner collapsing into another, blocks tumbling, guards responding with rifle butts or gunshots. The staircase at Mauthausen was infamous, but the labor at Gusen was equally lethal. The SS recorded output carefully. Productivity charts tracked stone removed per day. Numbers mattered more than lives. If output declined, punishments intensified. Food rations were reduced. Work hours extended. Collective beatings enforced discipline. Inside the barracks, starvation became routine. Soup, often little more than colored water, was distributed sparingly. Bread was rationed precisely. Prisoners learned to divide crumbs into fractions of survival. Malnutrition hollowed faces, weakened immune systems, and slowed movements. Those who appeared too weak were marked for transport back to Mauthausen, where many were executed or left to die. Gusen's population was increasingly diverse. Polish prisoners remained a majority, but new groups arrived. Soviet prisoners of war were transferred after the German invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941. They were treated with particular brutality. Denied basic protections under international law, many were executed outright or worked to death within months. The classification system inside the camp reinforced divisions. Colored triangles stitched onto uniforms signified identity. Red for political prisoners, yellow for Jews, blue for Spanish Republicans, green for criminal detainees. The categories created artificial separation, yet all shared the same deprivation. Control was psychological as much as physical. Public punishments served as warning. Floggings were conducted before assembled prisoners. Executions were staged to reinforce obedience. Hanging poles stood visible, not hidden. The message was constant. Resistance would be crushed instantly. Yet even in this atmosphere, fragments of humanity persisted. Prisoners whispered information between barracks. Some smuggled scraps of paper. Others risked punishment to share food with those weaker than themselves. These acts were small, but in a system designed to erase identity, they were forms of quiet defiance. By 1941, Gusen had effectively become its own concentration camp in scale and function, though officially still classified as a subcamp. Its death rate was staggering. Within its first years of operation, thousands had already perished. For many deported to Mauthausen, transfer to Gusen was understood as a death sentence. The SS leadership recognized the efficiency of what they had built. Forced labor was proving profitable. The war effort demanded more weapons, more materials, more infrastructure. As Allied bombing intensified in later years, German industry would increasingly move underground. The groundwork for that shift was already being laid. The region surrounding Gusen offered natural protection. Hills and rock formations could conceal tunnels. The camp's role was about to expand. But before that transformation, Gusen established its identity through attrition. It functioned as a filter, exhausting bodies until they broke. Those who survived the quarries were not rewarded. They were simply allowed to work another day. No gas chambers defined Gusen in its early years. No immediate extermination process. Instead, death was slow, calculated, administrative. The paperwork of the SS recorded transfers, punishments, labor assignments, and deaths with bureaucratic precision. Names were crossed out, numbers updated, files stored. Behind those files were lives reduced to entries. And as the war deepened, the machinery at Gusen would only grow more complex, more industrial, more concealed, and ultimately more lethal. The camp within a camp was becoming a system within a system. And it was only beginning. Chapter 1, Segment 3, The Logic of Exhaustion. By late 1941, Gusen had already earned a reputation within the Mauthausen system as a place where survival was unlikely and mercy non-existent. What began as a quarry extension was now evolving into a mechanism refined around one principle: exhaustion as extermination. Unlike camps built later with fully developed gas chamber complexes, Gusen's brutality lay in its design. The SS did not need large-scale killing installations in the beginning. The labor itself performed the task. Hunger weakened the body. Cold stiffened the limbs. Work shattered bone and spirit. The system functioned through repetition. Dawn roll calls, forced marches, quarry shifts, inspections, punishments, until even the strongest prisoners began to collapse. The environment played its part. Winters in Upper Austria were unforgiving. Frost cut through threadbare uniforms. Snow accumulated around barracks that were never properly insulated. Many prisoners slept on straw sacks crawling with lice. Typhus, dysentery, and pneumonia spread rapidly in overcrowded quarters. Medical care was virtually non-existent. The camp infirmary, known as the Revier, was less a hospital and more a waiting room for death. Those too weak to return to work were often selected for lethal injections, neglect, or transfer. The SS leadership referred to camps like Mauthausen and Gusen as Category 3, reserved for enemies considered beyond redemption. The phrase "return undesirable" appeared in administrative correspondence. It meant prisoners sent here were not expected to survive. The classification gave legal cover to brutality. It framed death not as failure, but as intended outcome. Inside the quarry, the process of degradation was visible. Men once described as teachers, lawyers, engineers, clergy, students, or soldiers were reduced to silhouettes against stone. Dust coated their lungs. Shoulders bent permanently under loads that exceeded human endurance. Accidents were common, but the line between accident and execution was thin. Guards sometimes pushed prisoners toward unstable rock faces. A misstep could be fatal. Those who hesitated were beaten. Those who protested were shot. Food rations remained insufficient by design. The caloric intake provided could not sustain the physical output demanded. Prisoners consumed watery soup with fragments of turnip or cabbage. Bread was weighed to the gram. Some traded portions for favors or protection. Others stole from kitchens at enormous risk. Malnutrition altered behavior, created desperation. The SS understood this. A starving population was easier to dominate. As transports continued to arrive, the camp expanded physically. Additional barracks were erected, but overcrowding persisted. The prisoner population surged into the thousands. Political prisoners from Poland and Czechoslovakia were joined by detainees from France, the Netherlands, and eventually the Soviet Union. Each arrival meant another influx of labor and another wave of death. The hierarchy among prisoners intensified tensions. Capos enforced quotas under threat of punishment themselves. Some were brutal. Others attempted limited protection where possible. The system encouraged competition. Survival often depended on securing a marginally better assignment: indoor work, kitchen duty, clerical tasks. But such positions were rare. Most remained in the quarries or heavy labor details. By 1942, the relationship between Gusen and the broader Nazi war economy was becoming more explicit. Stone extracted here was used in construction projects tied to Albert Speer's architectural ambitions and military infrastructure. The camp's output fed ideological and military goals simultaneously. Granite was symbolic, meant for monuments that projected permanence. The irony was stark: monuments built by men who were not meant to live. Punishments escalated alongside production demands. Floggings were administered with bureaucratic precision. 25 lashes, 50 lashes. Prisoners were forced to count aloud in German as blows fell. If they lost count, the process restarted. Public executions reinforced discipline. Gallows stood visible from central areas of the camp. Bodies were sometimes left hanging as warning. The death rate climbed steadily. Yet official reports rarely reflected the reality fully. Administrative language softened brutality. Transferred, deceased, special treatment. These phrases concealed violence beneath neutrality. The SS relied on paperwork to mask intent. Efficiency extended to documentation. Each death recorded as routine. But routine did not diminish horror. Gusen's identity as the deadliest section of the Mauthausen complex was forming through accumulation. Not a single massacre, but a steady erosion of life. Thousands perished within its first years. Survivors later described the camp not as chaos, but as order, an order designed to eliminate through predictability. Amid this, whispers of war filtered in. News of German advances in the east. Later, of setbacks. Prisoners pieced together fragments through guards' conversations, smuggled notes, or newly arrived detainees. Hope flickered cautiously, but hope did not change daily reality. The SS administration began planning further industrial integration. As Allied bombing campaigns intensified over Germany, relocating production underground became strategic priority. Gusen's location and quarry infrastructure made it ideal for tunnel construction. Preparations began quietly.
Ingénieur survêt terrain.
New labor quotas were drafted. The camp's future would not be limited to stone. It would become an industrial center hidden beneath earth, a place where aircraft components were assembled in darkness by men already starved and beaten. But in these early years, the defining feature remained exhaustion. Men died not from one method alone, but from the convergence of all: starvation, exposure, overwork, infection, violence. The system required no spectacle. It required compliance and time. And time in Gusen was measured in survival of another dawn roll call. The quarry echoed each day with the same sounds. Hammer against granite, shouted orders, boots on gravel, bodies collapsing. Above, the SS observed from guard towers. Below, prisoners strained under impossible loads. The camp did not announce its lethality loudly. It demonstrated it slowly. By the time the war would reach its final stages, Gusen would be transformed again. Expanded, mechanized, concealed beneath tunnels, but its foundational logic would remain unchanged. Work until they break. Break until they disappear. This was the system being perfected, and it would soon reach an even darker phase. Chapter 2, Segment 1, Expansion Beneath the Earth. By 1943, the war had begun to turn against Nazi Germany. Allied bombers crossed the skies above the Reich with increasing frequency, targeting factories, rail lines, and industrial centers that fueled the German war machine. Cities burned. Production slowed. Confidence within the leadership began to fracture. In response, the regime sought protection not through retreat, but through concealment. Industry would be moved underground, beyond the reach of bombs, hidden inside mountains shielded by stone. Gusen, already a place of lethal labor, was selected for transformation. The granite hills that had once served architectural ambitions were now to become vaults for war production. Engineers, planners, and SS administrators converged on the site with blueprints and urgency. The order was clear: create vast subterranean tunnel complexes capable of housing aircraft assembly lines and armament factories. These projects would later be known under code names like Bergkristall and Kellerbau. To the outside world, they were merely construction works. To the prisoners, they became chambers of suffocation and death. Excavation began immediately. Prisoners were forced to carve directly into solid rock, drilling and blasting under conditions that combined the hazards of quarry labor with the confinement of mines. Explosions shook the hillsides daily. Dust thickened the air until breathing became an effort of will. Ventilation systems were rudimentary at first. Carbon monoxide from blasting accumulated. Men coughed blood into their sleeves and continued working because stopping meant punishment. The transition from open-air quarry to underground construction did not reduce suffering. It intensified it. Inside the tunnels, daylight disappeared. Shifts extended for hours without natural reference to time. Electric lighting flickered weakly in damp corridors. The noise of drills reverberated endlessly, disorienting and exhausting those forced to operate them. The SS framed the expansion as necessary for victory. Production quotas were posted. Efficiency charts were reviewed. Private companies entered agreements with the SS, benefiting from a workforce that cost almost nothing and could be replaced at will. The integration of camp labor with corporate contracts created a seamless link between ideology and profit. Human beings became units in a ledger. Food rations did not increase to match the new intensity of work. If anything, they decreased as supply chains faltered late in the war. Prisoners entered tunnels already malnourished. Underground air mixed with hunger produced hallucinations, weakness, and collapse. Supervisors drove men forward with shouts and blows. Capos, themselves trapped within the hierarchy, enforced deadlines under threat of reprisal. Accidents multiplied. Tunnel ceilings collapsed unexpectedly. Rock shards pierced skin and bone. Blasting schedules were sometimes miscalculated, trapping prisoners in suffocating chambers. Rescue efforts were minimal. Time was measured against productivity, not lives. The dead were removed quickly to keep work flowing. As the underground complexes expanded, new subcamps were established around Gusen to support industrial output. Gusen II and Gusen III emerged, each with specific labor functions tied to armament production. The prisoner population surged dramatically. Transports arrived from across occupied Europe. French resistance members, Italian political detainees after the fall of Mussolini, Hungarian Jews deported during the final phase of mass deportations in 1944, and increasing numbers of Soviet prisoners of war. The diversity of nationalities created both tension and solidarity. Language barriers complicated communication, yet shared suffering forged bonds. Some prisoners organized small networks of mutual assistance. A scrap of bread divided 3 ways. A whispered warning about a violent guard. A place to rest for a moment behind a machinery crate. But resistance, even in minor forms, carried enormous risk. The SS expanded its surveillance as production importance grew. Any sign of sabotage was punished swiftly and publicly. Executions were staged near work sites. Bodies were displayed as warnings. Yet despite terror, instances of deliberate slowdown, faulty assembly, or hidden tool damage occurred. Each act represented a fragile assertion of agency within a system designed to erase it. The industrialization of Gusen marked a shift in the camp's identity. It was no longer solely a quarry of death. It was a factory complex buried within earth, a hidden node in the Reich's final attempt to sustain war. Aircraft components for Messerschmitt fighters were assembled here. Precision parts for weaponry passed through hands too weak to hold them steadily. Above ground, barracks deteriorated further under overcrowding. Sanitation systems collapsed under strain. Latrines overflowed. Water was rationed. Epidemics spread quickly in confined spaces. The infirmary filled beyond capacity. Medical personnel among prisoners tried to provide minimal care using scavenged supplies, but resources were scarce and SS oversight limited intervention. The category of prisoners deemed unfit for work became increasingly fluid. At times, those too weak were transferred to other camps or sent to gas chambers elsewhere in the Mauthausen system. At other times, they were simply left to die in barracks. The calculus of death adjusted to labor demands. If manpower was needed, the barely living were forced onward. If quotas were met, selections increased. The tunnel complexes expanded at astonishing speed given the conditions. By late 1944, sections were operational. Machinery was installed. Production lines moved underground as Allied bombings intensified. From the air, the hills appeared unchanged. Beneath them, thousands labored in near darkness. The irony was brutal. Factories designed to produce instruments of war were sustained by men who would never see its end. The Reich demanded more planes, more weapons, more output. The cost was measured not in currency, but in bodies. As Germany's military position deteriorated on multiple fronts, desperation seeped into camp administration. Deadlines tightened. Inspections from high-ranking officials became more frequent. Albert Speer's ministry maintained close interest in underground production capacity. Reports flowed between industrial firms and SS command structures. The collaboration between state and private enterprise was seamless. Yet beneath the mechanical rhythm of drills and assembly lines, exhaustion deepened. Prisoners slept for minutes during shifts if unnoticed. Some died standing against tunnel walls. Others collapsed into machinery. Those unable to continue were beaten aside. Replacement transports arrived regularly. The system fed itself through constant intake. By early 1945, Gusen had become one of the largest underground armament sites in the Reich, and one of the deadliest labor environments in the camp system. Mortality soared as rations dwindled further and evacuation transports from other collapsing camps flooded the region. The tunnels, once symbols of protection against bombs, now felt like tombs. Air grew heavier, hope thinner. Outside, Allied armies closed in from east and west. Inside, the work continued as if victory were still possible. Orders did not reflect reality. The machinery of exploitation ran until the very last weeks. Gusen had completed its transformation, from quarry to industrial complex, from visible brutality to concealed annihilation beneath stone. And as the Reich faltered, the camp entered its most lethal chapter yet. Chapter 2, Segment 2, Industry of Exhaustion. As the underground complexes at Gusen expanded, the camp no longer functioned merely as an appendage to Mauthausen. It became a central pillar in the Reich's desperate strategy to preserve production at any cost. What had begun as forced quarry labor evolved into a fully integrated industrial ecosystem, one where human endurance was calibrated against engineering deadlines, and where exhaustion itself became a measurable resource. By late 1943 and into 1944, the SS had formalized agreements with major German armament firms. Companies that once operated in open factories now transferred equipment and managers into subterranean chambers carved by prisoner hands. Engineers walked through tunnels lit by electric cables strung hastily along damp stone walls, inspecting spaces where assembly lines would soon operate. They calculated output projections, ventilation requirements, rail connections. Rarely did their reports mention the condition of the workforce that made such calculations possible. The prisoners, however, felt every equation physically. Work shifts extended to 12 hours or more, often rotating between day and night without adequate rest. In the tunnels, time blurred. Artificial lighting erased the rhythm of sunrise and sunset. The air carried the constant taste of dust mixed with oil and sweat. Machines were installed before adequate safety measures existed. Conveyor belts rattled across uneven ground. Electrical systems sparked unpredictably. Injuries multiplied, yet medical attention remained minimal. Malnutrition deepened the crisis. Official rations consisted of thin soup, small portions of bread, sometimes margarine or ersatz coffee. Calories were far below what the labor demanded. Muscles weakened rapidly. Prisoners who had survived years in other camps now faced an accelerated decline under the new tempo. Many developed edema, their limbs swelling from starvation. Others suffered from chronic diarrhea caused by contaminated water. Within barracks, coughing echoed nightly. The SS viewed these symptoms not as warning signs, but as indicators of replaceability. Transports continued to arrive from across occupied territories. Political prisoners from France and the Netherlands. Hungarian Jews deported in the final mass roundups of 1944. Italian resistance members following the German occupation of northern Italy. Soviet prisoners of war captured during earlier campaigns. The influx temporarily stabilized labor numbers even as mortality climbed. The structure of authority within the camp reinforced productivity through fear. Capos supervised work details, themselves under threat of punishment if quotas were not met. Some abused their positions to secure marginal privileges. Others attempted small acts of mercy, redirecting a weaker prisoner to a slightly less punishing task. Yet the overarching system left little room for sustained compassion. Survival required compliance. Inside the Bergkristall complex, assembly lines for Messerschmitt aircraft components began operating at scale. Precision tasks demanded steady hands and concentration. Prisoners with technical backgrounds were sometimes assigned to these positions, though their skills did not grant safety. Any perceived sabotage invited immediate execution. Guards monitored closely, and inspections by engineers occurred frequently. Still, acts of resistance surfaced in subtle forms.
Bolt.
A delayed delivery, a miscounted crate, tiny disruptions hidden within routine. These gestures, though small, represented moral refusal within a structure designed to extinguish it. Risk was enormous. Discovery meant public hanging or shooting. Yet the presence of resistance, however fragile, challenged the narrative that the camp functioned with mechanical obedience alone. Meanwhile, living quarters deteriorated further. Barracks built for hundreds now held thousands. Triple-tier bunks forced men to sleep pressed against one another. Lice spread typhus and other infections. Washing facilities were inadequate. Soap was scarce. Winter winds cut through cracks in wooden walls, and many lacked sufficient clothing. Disease became another instrument of attrition. The infirmary, staffed in part by prisoner doctors, overflowed beyond capacity. Supplies were non-existent. Basic bandages were improvised from scraps. Those deemed too ill to work faced grim prospects. Some were transferred to the main Mauthausen camp for execution. Others died unattended in overcrowded rooms. The distinction between sickness and sentence blurred completely. Outside the tunnels, guard towers maintained surveillance. The perimeter fence hummed with electric current. Escape attempts were rare and nearly always fatal. The surrounding terrain, forests and rural villages, offered little refuge. Civilians nearby were aware of the camp's presence, though knowledge of its full operations varied. Smoke from crematoria drifted beyond the barbed wire. As 1944 progressed, Allied bombing intensified across Germany. Reports of advancing Soviet forces in the east circulated quietly among prisoners. Hope flickered, though cautiously. The SS responded by tightening discipline. Inspections grew harsher. Roll calls extended for hours regardless of weather. The intention was clear: maintain control, sustain output, prevent disorder. Production reports sent to Berlin emphasized efficiency gains. Underground facilities, shielded from air raids, were celebrated as technological triumphs. Yet behind these statistics lay a concealed ledger of human cost, one that counted starvation, injury, and death not as failures, but as acceptable expenditure. By early 1945, signs of collapse were visible despite official denial. Supply shortages affected even guards. Fuel became scarce. Rations for prisoners shrank further. Evacuation transports from other camps, themselves already sites of catastrophe, began arriving in waves. Gusen's population swelled beyond manageable limits. Bodies weakened by prior imprisonment entered an environment already lethal. The tunnels, once humming with structured activity, grew chaotic. Machinery malfunctioned as maintenance declined. Overcrowding created bottlenecks in production lines. Supervisors shouted conflicting orders. The illusion of stability cracked. Yet work continued. The ideology driving the camp demanded persistence until the final moment. To cease production would acknowledge defeat. And so, even as the Reich disintegrated geographically, the machinery of forced labor at Gusen pressed forward. For the prisoners, time compressed into a sequence of survival calculations. How to conserve energy, where to stand during inspections, whom to trust, when to speak and when to remain silent. The future remained uncertain, but the present was relentless. Gusen had evolved into something beyond a labor camp. It was a subterranean city of coerced industry, a place where stone concealed both weapons and graves. And as Allied forces drew closer, the question loomed unspoken within its walls. Would this system end quietly, or would it seek to erase itself along with those trapped inside? Chapter 2, Segment 3, Collapse Beneath the Surface. By the beginning of 1945, the underground empire at Gusen was beginning to fracture, not from compassion, not from reform, but from the simple weight of its own excess. The tunnels that had once symbolized strategic ingenuity now felt like sealed chambers of suffocation. Production targets still arrived from Berlin, stamped with urgency and denial, but reality inside the mountain told a different story. The Reich was shrinking, supply lines were failing, and the human engine that powered Gusen was breaking down faster than it could be replaced. Food deliveries became irregular. Thin soup turned thinner. Bread rations shrank to fragments. Men who had already endured years of imprisonment entered a stage of visible disintegration. Faces hollowed. Ice sank deep into skulls. Legs swelled with edema. Some prisoners could no longer lift tools that weeks earlier they had managed through sheer will. In the tunnels, concentration faltered. Machinery errors increased. Small accidents became fatal ones. The SS responded not by slowing the pace, but by intensifying discipline. Roll calls stretched longer in freezing winds. Entire blocks stood for hours while guards recounted numbers again and again, unwilling to accept discrepancies. Any suspicion of sabotage led to public punishment. Hangings were staged as warnings. The message remained consistent. Production must not stop. Even as artillery thunder echoed faintly from distant fronts, even as rumors of Allied advances filtered through whispered conversations, the system demanded obedience until its final breath. Transports from other collapsing camps began arriving in greater numbers. From Auschwitz, from Grossrosen, from smaller satellite camps hastily evacuated ahead of advancing Soviet forces, skeletal figures stumbled into Gusen's already overcrowded barracks. These men brought with them stories of death marches, shootings along roadsides, starvation trains. They also brought disease. Typhus spread rapidly in conditions where washing was impossible and lice multiplied unchecked. Barracks designed for a few hundred now held over 1,000. Men lay side by side with barely space to turn. The stench of sickness and decay hung permanently in the air. Infirmaries overflowed. Those too weak to work were often removed during selections and sent away, sometimes to Mauthausen's gas chamber, sometimes simply to die in isolation. Inside the Bergkristall complex, aircraft production faltered under the strain. Components accumulated without proper assembly. Power outages disrupted shifts. Engineers grew impatient, but they too sensed the instability of the moment. Allied bombing had intensified across Germany, and reports of cities reduced to rubble circulated even among SS personnel. The myth of invincibility was dissolving. Yet paradoxically, the danger for prisoners increased. As defeat became inevitable, the SS faced a choice: surrender their workforce to liberation, or attempt to erase the evidence of what had been built. Orders began to circulate about potential evacuations. Discussions took place regarding the destruction of facilities. Explosives were positioned in some areas. Guards whispered of contingencies. Among prisoners, hope and fear coexisted uneasily. Some believed liberation was days away. Others feared the camp would be emptied in a final massacre. Resistance networks, fragile and secretive, debated whether to act or to wait. A premature uprising could provoke mass executions. But passivity carried its own risk. The calculus was unbearable. Meanwhile, the daily grind continued. Men marched into tunnels despite barely being able to stand. Work details dragged carts through corridors slick with moisture. Tools slipped from trembling hands. Capos shouted orders with diminishing authority. Guards' tempers flared more unpredictably, fueled by anxiety and frustration. Outside the tunnels, shallow graves multiplied. Crematoria struggled to keep pace with mortality. Bodies sometimes lay for days before removal. Snow fell over the compound, briefly concealing evidence, only to melt and reveal it again. As April approached, distant artillery grew louder. Columns of smoke were visible on the horizon. German civilian refugees moved along nearby roads, fleeing advancing armies. Inside Gusen, tension thickened. Then came the evacuations. Selected groups of prisoners were forced onto marches toward Mauthausen and other destinations still under SS control. Those too weak to keep up were shot or left behind. Columns moved through villages under armed escort, stumbling over frozen ground. For many, these marches were simply another stage of death through labor, this time laboring to survive movement itself. Back at the camp, discipline disintegrated. Some guards deserted. Others drank heavily. Documentation was hastily burned. Records that detailed quotas, punishments, and transfers fed into flames as the SS attempted to obscure their administrative fingerprints. But the tunnels remained. Despite attempts at concealment, the physical structures could not vanish overnight. The mountain still held its chambers. The machinery still stood. The scars in stone remained visible. On May 5, 1945, American forces approached the Mauthausen Gusen complex. Guards fled or surrendered in scattered fashion. Prisoners emerged from barracks in disbelief, skeletal and unsteady. Liberation did not arrive with triumphal music. It arrived with confusion, medical urgency, and the overwhelming task of stabilizing thousands on the edge of death. For many, it came too late. The final months at Gusen had transformed an already lethal camp into a crucible of collapse. Production had been pursued until the very edge of ruin. Human bodies had been spent like raw materials. And when the system could no longer sustain itself, it fractured chaotically, leaving behind evidence that even destruction efforts could not fully erase. Gusen was intended to operate invisibly beneath the earth, shielded from bombs and public scrutiny. But in the end, it became impossible to hide. The mountain kept its memory, and beneath layers of granite and machinery, the story of forced labor as extermination remained carved in stone. A testament to how a modern industrial state could turn work itself into a method of annihilation, and how even in its final collapse, the system sought to grind forward until nothing human was left to give. Chapter 3, Segment 1, The Anatomy of a Killing System. By the time Gusen entered its third year of operation, it was no longer simply a satellite camp attached to Mauthausen. It had become a system within a system, a mechanism refined to extract maximum labor from bodies already marked for extinction. What made Gusen especially lethal was not only brutality, but structure. Death here was rarely theatrical. It was administrative. On paper, everything appeared orderly. Prisoners were registered, categorized, assigned numbers. Colored triangles stitched onto striped uniforms indicated political prisoners, Jews, Roma, so-called criminals, Jehovah's Witnesses, or Soviet prisoners of war. Each classification carried consequences. Political prisoners were often assigned to the most punishing quarry details. Soviet POWs were treated with particular cruelty, frequently executed or worked until they collapsed beyond recovery. Jewish prisoners increasingly found themselves at the bottom of the hierarchy, subjected to selections, starvation rations, and the most hazardous labor assignments. The SS called it organization. In reality, it was calibrated destruction. Each morning began before dawn with the sound of whistles and shouts. Men rolled from wooden bunks stacked 3 high, many already too weak to stand without assistance. Roll call in the central square could last hours. Numbers had to match. If they did not, the entire block remained standing regardless of weather. Snow, rain, or icy wind made no difference. The ritual reinforced one truth: the individual no longer existed. Only the count mattered. After roll call, work columns formed. In the early years, the quarries dominated. Prisoners descended toward the granite pit, where explosions fractured stone into massive blocks. Dust filled lungs. Granite edges tore into skin. The infamous staircase, later known as the Stairway of Death, demanded that men carry heavy slabs upward step by step, 186 uneven rises that punished every muscle and joint. Guards stood above, watching. A stumble could mean being struck, kicked, or deliberately pushed. When one man fell, others sometimes tumbled with him, creating a chain of bodies. The steps were slick not only with rain, but with blood. But quarry labor was only the beginning. As the war intensified, Gusen evolved into a crucial industrial hub. Prisoners were assigned to workshops producing rifle components, machinery parts, and eventually aircraft assemblies. The transition did not reduce mortality. It simply shifted the method. Long hours under artificial light, exposure to chemicals, exhaustion from double shifts, all contributed to physical collapse. Any slowdown could be labeled sabotage. Sabotage carried execution. Inside the camp, hierarchy extended beyond SS officers. Capos, prisoner functionaries, were appointed to supervise work details. Some were criminals elevated for their ruthlessness. Others were political prisoners forced into impossible positions, balancing survival with moral compromise. The system thrived on division. By granting small privileges to some prisoners, extra rations, lighter duties, the SS ensured that solidarity remained fragile. Food was calculated to sustain work, not life. Rations consisted of thin soup, often little more than flavored water, and small portions of bread. Malnutrition became visible in hollow cheeks, swollen legs, and sunken eyes. Scurvy loosened teeth. Dysentery weakened bodies further. Those too ill to continue working were reported to camp authorities. Many disappeared during selections, transferred back to Mauthausen for execution, or killed quietly within Gusen itself. Punishment operated both publicly and privately. Flogging benches stood as instruments of discipline. Prisoners were tied down and beaten before assembled work details. The spectacle reinforced fear. Confinement cells in the camp prison offered little space to stand or lie down. Hanging poles were erected where selected men were executed as warnings. The SS documented each punishment with bureaucratic precision. Dates, names, reasons. The language was sterile, disciplinary measure, special treatment, masking violence beneath administrative phrasing. Yet amid this machinery of control, subtle forms of resistance persisted. In workshops, some prisoners deliberately misaligned parts or slowed production when possible, careful to avoid detection. In barracks, men shared fragments of bread, whispered news from other camps, memorized names to preserve identities that paperwork sought to erase. Secret networks formed among political prisoners, especially communists, who attempted to maintain internal solidarity despite surveillance. But resistance carried enormous risk. Informants existed within prisoner ranks. A whispered complaint overheard could result in interrogation. Torture was not uncommon. Fear permeated every conversation. Trust had to be measured carefully. Gusen's architecture itself reinforced isolation. Unlike camps hidden in remote forests, Gusen stood near civilian communities. Yet high fences, guard towers, and intimidation ensured distance. Local populations could see columns marching, could hear shots, could smell smoke. But the system depended on indifference or silence. The proximity of ordinary life to extraordinary cruelty became one of Gusen's most disturbing realities. By 1943, mortality rates soared. Entire transports arrived only to be depleted within months. Replacement labor flowed continuously from occupied territories. Prisoners from Poland, France, Italy, Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union, and beyond entered the gates. Languages multiplied, but suffering remained universal. Each arrival reinforced the system's logic. Bodies were interchangeable. When one failed, another took his place. This was not chaos. It was policy. Every aspect of Gusen functioned within a broader framework of the SS camp system. Inspections occurred. Reports were filed. Production quotas were reviewed. The camp commandant communicated with superiors in Berlin. Efficiency metrics mattered. Death was not a side effect. It was an acceptable cost of output. The transformation of labor into extermination did not require gas chambers at first. It required quotas, discipline, and the conviction that certain lives held no value beyond productivity. Gusen embodied that conviction more starkly than most camps in the Mauthausen complex. By the middle years of the war, the camp's identity was clear. It was not merely a detention site. It was a machine calibrated to grind human beings into stone dust and aircraft parts. And as the war deepened, the system would only grow more ruthless, pushing bodies harder, extracting more hours, tightening control, until even the SS could no longer pretend that productivity justified the cost. Gusen had become the deadliest section of Mauthausen, and its logic was brutally simple. Work until collapse, replace the fallen, repeat the cycle. Chapter 3, Segment 2, Underground Factories and Invisible Graves. By late 1943, the war had turned against Nazi Germany. Allied bombers roared across European skies, striking factories, rail lines, and industrial centers that fed the Reich's military machine. Production faltered. Panic rose within the leadership. If weapons could not be built safely above ground, they would be built beneath it. And for that task, the SS turned to camps like Gusen. What followed was one of the most brutal transformations in the camp's history. Gusen was no longer just a quarry camp. It became a center of underground armaments production, a hidden industrial complex carved directly into stone. Prisoners were forced to excavate vast tunnel systems in the surrounding hills, hammering and blasting through granite to create subterranean factories safe from Allied bombs. The project bore names like Bergkristall, mountain crystal, a word that sounded almost beautiful. In reality, It concealed a landscape of suffocation and death. The tunnels were dark, damp, and thick with dust. Prisoners worked in 12-hour shifts, sometimes longer, with minimal ventilation. Explosions echoed through confined corridors. Air filled with rock particles that lodged deep in lungs. Many men coughed constantly, blood appearing in handkerchiefs that were already filthy. Electric lighting was harsh and insufficient. Machinery clanged without pause. The underground air never truly cleared. This was industrial slavery perfected. Men who had already survived quarry labor were now pushed into even more relentless conditions. Malnutrition combined with toxic air and exhaustion to produce rapid physical decline. Those who slowed were beaten. Those who collapsed were dragged aside. The SS measured success not by survival rates, but by aircraft components completed. Inside these tunnels, Messerschmitt fighter aircraft parts were assembled, weapons that would fly against Allied pilots over Europe. Prisoners understood the irony. Their labor prolonged a war that consumed their homelands. Some attempted quiet sabotage, misaligning bolts, weakening parts just enough to avoid immediate detection. It was a dangerous gamble. Discovery meant execution. Above ground, life inside the camp deteriorated further. The prisoner population swelled as deportations increased. Transports arrived from occupied territories and other camps. The barracks, already overcrowded, became suffocating spaces where 3 or 4 men shared bunks meant for one. Lice thrived. Disease spread quickly. Typhus, dysentery, and tuberculosis moved through the blocks with silent efficiency. The SS responded not with medical care, but with selections. Those deemed too weak to continue working were removed. Some were sent back to Mauthausen for execution. Others were killed within Gusen itself. Death lists grew longer. Clerks recorded names with mechanical detachment. Paperwork flowed upward through administrative channels, reducing human beings to statistics. The camp's internal hierarchy hardened. Capos controlled access to lighter tasks. Some wielded power cruelly, enforcing discipline through violence. Others attempted limited protection for fellow prisoners when possible, though their own survival often depended on appearing ruthless. Moral lines blurred under constant pressure. The system rewarded brutality and punished compassion. Executions increased during this period. Hanging poles stood as warnings. Prisoners accused of sabotage or insubordination were executed publicly. The ritual reinforced fear and obedience. Silence followed each death. Work resumed almost immediately. Production could not stop. Beyond the main camp, the Gusen complex expanded into subcamps scattered across the region. Factories, workshops, and construction sites absorbed prisoner labor. The network grew dense, binding the camp directly into the German war economy. Civilian companies collaborated with the SS, profiting from forced labor contracts. The line between camp and industry blurred until they became inseparable. This integration made Gusen indispensable. It also made it lethal. Unlike extermination camps built solely for immediate murder, Gusen operated under the logic of attrition. Prisoners were expected to produce until their bodies failed.
Replacement transport rensure de continuity.
The death rate remained staggering, yet the system considered it sustainable as long as production targets were met. Winter amplified suffering. Cold air penetrated thin clothing. Snow seeped into barracks through damaged roofs. Shoes wore out quickly. Many prisoners wrapped rags around bleeding feet. Frostbite claimed toes and fingers. Hunger sharpened into constant pain. Even those who survived daily shifts in the tunnels returned to bunks with barely enough strength to eat their meager rations. Despite these conditions, small acts of solidarity endured. Men shared fragments of bread. They whispered poetry remembered from home. They passed along scraps of news about Allied advances. Hope flickered, fragile but persistent. Rumors of Soviet victories in the east or Allied landings in the west traveled quietly through barracks. For some, the idea that the war might end became the only thing sustaining them. The SS sensed the shifting tide. Security tightened. Punishments grew harsher. Inspections increased. Yet beneath the surface, cracks were forming. Supplies grew scarcer. Morale among guards fluctuated as the possibility of defeat became real. Orders from Berlin emphasized productivity above all else, but fear of Allied retribution lingered. Gusen's transformation into an underground factory complex represented a final escalation in its brutality. The camp had evolved from quarry exploitation to industrial annihilation, a place where men vanished not in gas chambers, but in tunnels carved by their own hands. Bodies were buried in shallow graves, ashes scattered, records maintained, and still the machines kept running. By early 1944, Gusen stood as one of the most lethal forced labor sites in the entire Nazi camp system. It demonstrated how genocide could adapt, how destruction could be disguised as economic necessity. The camp no longer needed spectacle. It functioned quietly, methodically, grinding through human lives beneath the earth. The underground factories were meant to protect the Reich's weapons from bombs. Instead, they became vast, invisible graves, corridors where thousands labored in darkness, their suffering concealed from the sky above. And as the war neared its final year, the pressure inside Gusen would intensify even further, pushing the system toward its most chaotic and deadly phase yet. Chapter 3, Segment 3, Attrition Without End. By the final year of the war, Gusen had become something more than a subcamp of Mauthausen. It was a system within a system, a place where the logic of death through labor reached its most calculated form. The quarry had broken bodies. The tunnels had consumed lungs. Now the entire structure functioned like a machine designed to extract the last usable breath from every prisoner before discarding him. The daily rhythm never changed. Wake before dawn. Stand for roll call in freezing air. Count and recount until numbers satisfied the SS. March to work columns under guard towers and rifles. Descend into tunnels or cross open yards toward factories. Return at night if still alive. Collapse onto wooden bunks. Repeat. Time lost meaning. There were no Sundays, no holidays, no pauses. Only production quotas and exhaustion. Prisoners learned not to think beyond the next hour. Thinking too far ahead meant confronting the unbearable. Inside the underground complexes, production intensified as Allied bombing raids grew heavier over Germany. Aircraft parts, fuselage sections, and engine components moved down assembly lines powered by skeletal hands. Civilians and engineers sometimes worked alongside prisoners, but the divide was unmistakable. Civilians returned home at night. Prisoners returned to starvation. Malnutrition hollowed faces into sharp angles. Cheeks sank. Eyes grew too large for gaunt skulls. Skin clung to bone. Muscles wasted away until lifting a tool felt impossible. Yet impossibility was not accepted as an excuse. Capos shouted. Guards struck with rifle butts or wooden sticks. Faster was the only command that mattered. Medical care existed only in name. The camp infirmary, the Revier, offered little beyond a place to die. Medicines were scarce. Doctors, themselves prisoners, worked with almost nothing. Some attempted to save lives quietly. Others were forced into complicity. Selections were frequent. Those deemed unfit were removed, sometimes transported back to Mauthausen for execution, sometimes killed on sight. Death was no longer shocking. It became background. A man collapsed in a tunnel and did not rise. Work continued around him until guards ordered the body dragged aside. At roll call, his number was replaced. Bureaucratic precision masked moral collapse. Clerks entered data in neat handwriting. Reports flowed upward through SS channels. Efficiency remained intact. The camp population fluctuated violently. New transports arrived from camps closer to advancing Allied lines. Prisoners evacuated from Poland and Eastern Europe poured into the Mauthausen Gusen complex. Overcrowding reached catastrophic levels. Barracks meant for hundreds held thousands. Air inside was thick with sweat, lice, and disease. Typhus spread again. So did dysentery. Weak immune systems failed quickly. Corpses accumulated faster than crematoria could process them. Shallow graves were dug. Sometimes bodies lay exposed for hours, even days before removal. The distinction between the living and the dead blurred. And yet, even within this attrition, resistance flickered. Some prisoners organized quiet networks inside workshops. Information was passed in whispers. Sabotage, when possible, was subtle, a misaligned gear, a weakened weld. The risks were enormous. Execution was swift for those caught. But the idea that one could slow the machinery of war, even slightly, offered meaning in a place designed to erase it. In 1944 and early 1945, political prisoners became more prominent within the camp hierarchy. Some had military backgrounds. Others carried experience from resistance movements. They built connections across barracks, preparing for an uncertain end. Would the SS attempt mass execution? Would liberation arrive in time? No one knew. The guards grew increasingly volatile. Rumors of defeats reached them too. News from the Eastern Front spoke of Soviet advances. In the West, Allied forces pushed deeper into German territory. Fear mixed with fanaticism. Some SS men clung to ideology. Others simply tried to maintain order as the ground shifted beneath them. Public punishments intensified. Hanging poles remained visible reminders of power. Prisoners accused of sabotage or minor infractions were executed before assembled work details. The message was clear: obedience until the end. Yet even these displays could not restore the illusion of permanence. Winter of 1944 to 45 was especially brutal. Food rations shrank further as supply lines collapsed. Bread slices grew thinner. Soup became colored water. Prisoners scavenged potato peels and crumbs. Some traded personal belongings, a button, a scrap of cloth, for extra bites. Survival narrowed into moments measured in calories. The tunnels themselves became tomb-like. Air circulation worsened as systems failed. Electricity flickered. In some sections, lighting failed entirely, forcing work in near darkness. Machinery still clanged, but the sense of inevitability shifted. Workers sensed that the Reichstime was ending, though whether that meant freedom or massacre remained uncertain. The Gusen complex by this stage was one of the deadliest environments in the entire Nazi camp system. Tens of thousands had passed through its gates. Vast numbers had died. Exact figures would remain debated for decades, but the scale of loss was undeniable. It was a place where extermination did not require gas chambers. It required only exhaustion and indifference. As Allied forces approached Austria in the spring of 1945, panic rippled through the SS command structure. Orders were contradictory. Some spoke of evacuations. Others emphasized continued production. The machinery of terror, once so precise, began to falter under the weight of defeat. Prisoners noticed subtle changes. Guard patrols shifted. Some SS men disappeared. Files were moved. Whispers of evacuation marches circulated through barracks. Men too weak to stand wondered how they would survive another forced movement. The fear of being marched into the mountains and shot haunted them. Yet amid fear, hope grew stronger. Artillery thundered faintly in the distance on certain days. Smoke rose on horizons not linked to the camp. The war was collapsing beyond the fences. For the first time, the idea of survival felt slightly less impossible. Still, until the final moment, work continued. Tools struck metal. Conveyor belts moved. Orders were shouted. The system refused to admit its own end. Gusen's identity, as a site of organized suffering, as a factory of attrition, held steady even as the Reich itself fractured. Chapter 3 closes not with liberation, but with tension. A camp suspended between relentless routine and approaching collapse. The tunnels still echoed with forced labor. The barracks still overflowed. Death still moved quietly from bunk to bunk. But beyond the granite hills, history was turning. And soon, the machinery that had consumed so many would face its final reckoning. Chapter 4, Segment 1, Expansion of a Death System. By 1944, Gusen was no longer simply an extension of Mauthausen. It had evolved into a vast industrial complex, a hidden city of forced labor carved into the granite landscape of Upper Austria. What began as a quarry camp had transformed into one of the Reich's most important underground production centers. The war had shifted. Allied bombers dominated the skies. German factories were being destroyed at a relentless pace. And so the Nazi leadership turned inward, into mountains, into tunnels, into places where slave labor could be hidden from aerial view. Gusen became that place. Entire hillsides were hollowed out. Prisoners were forced to blast, dig, and reinforce massive underground chambers. These were not temporary shelters. They were full-scale industrial plants constructed beneath layers of rock, protected from bombs, protected from reconnaissance, protected from interruption. Inside these suffocating corridors, aircraft components for the Luftwaffe were assembled. Messerschmitt fighter planes, including parts for the Me-262 jet, were produced by men who were too starved to stand upright. The irony was cruel. The Nazi regime was building advanced technology, symbols of modern engineering, using bodies reduced to skeletal frames. Precision aircraft parts emerged from assembly lines operated by men whose hands shook from malnutrition. Efficiency reports were submitted. Quotas were tracked. Production numbers were praised. The cost in human life was not recorded with the same urgency. To feed this system, the camp expanded further. Subcamps multiplied across the region. Villages near St. Georgen and other Bavarian towns were absorbed into a network of labor detachments. Factories demanded workers. The SS delivered them. Prisoners arrived from across Europe: Poles, French resistance members, Soviet POWs, Hungarians, Italians, Yugoslavs, and countless others. Each transport carried men who would be reduced to numbers within hours of arrival. Registration was mechanical. Names were replaced by identification numbers. Personal belongings were confiscated. Heads were shaved. Clothing was replaced with striped uniforms too thin for Austrian winters. Categories were assigned: political, Jew, criminal, foreign laborer. Colored triangles marked their status. These labels dictated treatment, work assignments, and survival chances. The hierarchy inside Gusen hardened. Capos, prisoner functionaries often selected from criminal backgrounds, enforced discipline within barracks and work details. Some were brutally violent, protecting their own privileges by beating weaker inmates. Others navigated the impossible balance between obedience to the SS and covert attempts to shield fellow prisoners. Power inside the camp was layered, complex, and always unstable. The SS presence remained absolute. Watchtowers overlooked every sector. Barbed wire electrified the perimeter. Dogs accompanied guards on patrol. Escape attempts were rare and almost always fatal. The surrounding region was unfamiliar to most prisoners. Even if someone slipped through fences, language barriers and civilian hostility made survival unlikely. Within the tunnels, work intensified. Shifts stretched beyond 12 hours. Air grew thick with dust and fumes from machinery. Ventilation systems were inadequate. Explosives used to expand chambers left residue that burned lungs and eyes. Accidents were frequent. Cave-ins crushed workers beneath stone. Machinery severed fingers and hands. Those injured were often removed and replaced within hours. Human life had become interchangeable. One body fell, another filled the space. Production never stopped. Food rations remained insufficient. A small portion of bread. Thin soup made from turnips or cabbage leaves. Occasionally a scrap of meat so small it barely qualified as substance. Hunger became constant. Prisoners dreamed of bread. They calculated every crumb. Theft from kitchen stores, if discovered, meant execution. Disease followed malnutrition. Tuberculosis spread rapidly in crowded barracks. Typhus outbreaks returned periodically. Lice infested clothing. Sanitation facilities were overwhelmed. Latrines overflowed. The stench of sickness hung in the air. Medical barracks were filled beyond capacity. Doctors, often prisoners themselves, lacked supplies, tools, and medicine. Yet even amid collapse, bureaucracy functioned flawlessly. Daily reports recorded work hours, production quotas, and prisoner counts. Deaths were noted with clinical precision. Causes listed: heart failure, weakness, pneumonia. Rarely was starvation or abuse explicitly stated. Language disguised cruelty behind administrative neutrality. Outside the camp fences, local civilians could see smoke rising from chimneys. They heard trucks passing. Some worked in nearby facilities connected to the underground factories. The proximity between ordinary life and organized suffering was narrow, separated by wire and silence. As 1944 progressed, the war tightened its grip. News filtered into the camp in fragments. Rumors of Allied landings in Normandy. Reports of Soviet advances from the east. Guards grew more tense. Production demands increased rather than decreased. The Reich needed weapons urgently. Prisoners were driven harder. Executions continued. Those accused of sabotage were hanged publicly. The gallows stood as constant reminders. Bodies were sometimes left hanging for hours as warning. Discipline was maintained through spectacle. Fear was cultivated deliberately. Despite everything, small acts of solidarity endured. Prisoners shared bread. They traded skills. A tailor repairing torn clothing in exchange for soup. A mechanic teaching another how to avoid dangerous machinery. In whispers after lights out, men spoke of families, of cities far away, of futures that felt impossible yet still imagined. Hope was fragile but present. By late 1944, the Mauthausen Gusen complex held tens of thousands of prisoners. The death toll climbed steadily. Gusen in particular had earned a reputation among inmates across Europe as a place from which few returned. Transports arriving at other camps often feared reassignment to Gusen more than almost any destination. Its reputation was earned. Gusen's combination of forced labor, starvation, brutality, and industrial scale placed it among the most lethal concentration camp environments in the Nazi system. It was not a transit camp. It was not a temporary detention center. It was a sustained engine of attrition. And yet, even as its power seemed absolute, cracks were forming. Fuel shortages affected transportation. Supply routes became unreliable. Allied bombing disrupted infrastructure across Austria. The underground tunnels protected aircraft production, but they could not shield the regime from collapse. Within the camp, whispers grew louder. Would the SS evacuate prisoners? Would they attempt mass executions to eliminate witnesses? Or would liberation arrive before final orders were carried out? No one knew. The uncertainty was its own form of torment. Chapter 4 opens not with a single dramatic event, but with expansion, a system growing in size and intensity even as the world around it began to crumble. Gusen had become a critical node in the Nazi war machine. It embodied the regime's final strategy: hide production underground, extract every ounce of labor from expendable bodies, and maintain control until the last possible moment. But history was moving faster than the SS anticipated. The granite hills that had swallowed so many lives would soon witness something unprecedented: the unraveling of a system that had believed itself eternal. Chapter 4, Segment 2, Life Beneath the Earth. If Gusen was the deadliest section of Mauthausen, then its underground tunnels were its deepest wound. By late 1944, much of the camp's labor had shifted below the surface. The Nazis had learned from relentless Allied bombing that factories above ground were vulnerable. Steel plants, rail yards, oil refineries, all were being reduced to rubble. But granite mountains offered protection. And so the prisoners of Gusen were driven underground, into a world where daylight disappeared and time itself began to blur. The tunnels were known by code names, Bergkristall being the most infamous. What began as blasting operations expanded into an immense subterranean complex stretching for kilometers. Prisoners carved chambers tall enough to house assembly lines, ventilation shafts, storage depots, and rail tracks for transporting materials. The engineering was astonishing. The cost in human life was staggering. Work inside the tunnels was relentless. Explosions echoed daily as rock was shattered and cleared. Clouds of stone dust filled the air, coating lungs with fine particles that scarred tissue and left men coughing blood. Ventilation was limited. Air grew stale quickly. Sweat and grime clung to skin already weakened by starvation. The electric lighting flickered constantly, casting harsh shadows that distorted depth and distance. There was no sunrise, no sunset, only shifts. Prisoners worked in rotating schedules, 12 hours on, 12 hours off, though off rarely meant rest. Returning to overcrowded barracks offered little relief. Sleep was shallow and interrupted. Hunger gnawed constantly. Muscles trembled from exhaustion. And yet the whistle would blow again, and another descent into the mountain would begin. Inside, the hierarchy followed prisoners underground. Capos supervised work details, often under pressure from SS overseers who demanded speed. Engineers from German aircraft companies inspected progress. Civilian technicians occasionally walked through sections of the tunnel, careful not to meet the eyes of those whose labor made their work possible. The industrial machinery of the Reich operated with chilling normality beneath layers of rock. The product of this hidden world was war. Messerschmitt Me 262 jet fighters, the most advanced aircraft of the time, required precision parts assembled in these underground halls. Prisoners who had once been teachers, lawyers, students, farmers, and musicians now fitted rivets and components for weapons they would never see in flight. Their survival depended on productivity. Slow hands invited beatings. Mistakes invited execution. Efficiency was measured in numbers. Bodies were measured in silence. As labor intensified, mortality climbed. Weak prisoners collapsed on the tunnel floor. Some were dragged aside and left until the shift ended. Others were beaten to their feet and forced to continue. Those unable to resume work were sent back to the camp infirmary, a place that offered little medical care and often served as a waiting room for death. Starvation compounded every hardship. Daily rations rarely exceeded a few hundred calories. A crust of bread. A thin soup made mostly of water and scraps. Occasionally a spoonful of margarine or a slice of sausage so small it barely existed. Men calculated survival in crumbs. They learned to chew slowly, to stretch moments of eating as long as possible. Inside the tunnels, hunger became hallucination. Some prisoners later described smelling food that was not there. Others dreamed while awake, visions of kitchens, fields, family tables. These moments were fragile. Reality returned quickly with the crack of a guard's voice or the rumble of machinery. Disease flourished in confinement. Tuberculosis spread rapidly among men breathing recycled air thick with dust. Dysentery weakened already frail bodies. Skin infections festered in wounds left untreated. The camp's limited medical resources were overwhelmed, and priority was given not to healing, but to maintaining minimal work capacity. The underground environment created a cruel paradox. It protected the war industry from bombs, but it exposed prisoners to dangers that were slow and suffocating. Accidents were frequent. Collapsing scaffolding crushed limbs. Heavy equipment malfunctioned. Explosives misfired. Each incident was recorded not as tragedy, but as disruption to output. Death was routine. Corpses were removed quietly. Replacement labor arrived through new transports. The system replenished itself with chilling efficiency. Gusen's death rate rivaled or exceeded many camps that relied on direct execution. Here, killing was indirect but deliberate, structured into the rhythm of labor. Outside, winter tightened its grip on Austria. Snow covered the granite hills. Cold seeped into barracks where heating was inadequate or non-existent. Prisoners shivered beneath thin blankets. Frostbite became common among those assigned to outdoor details transporting materials between camp sectors. Even in freezing temperatures, roll calls continued. Prisoners stood for hours in open yards while guards counted and recounted. Mistakes meant punishment for entire blocks. Men fainted and were kicked awake. Those who could not stand were sometimes left lying in snow until movement ceased. And yet, within this darkness, something unexpected persisted. Solidarity. In whispers inside the tunnels, prisoners exchanged information. Some were engineers who sabotaged machinery subtly, misaligning components, dulling tools, slowing production in ways difficult to detect. Others warned fellow inmates of inspections or approaching guards. Small acts of defiance rippled through the system, invisible but real. These acts were dangerous. Discovery meant hanging or shooting. Public executions reinforced fear. Gallows were erected where prisoners could see them. The message was unmistakable. Obedience ensured survival, at least temporarily. But by early 1945, cracks in the Reichspower were impossible to ignore. Allied forces advanced steadily. Soviet troops pushed westward. The Western Allies crossed into Germany. News traveled through rumors carried by new arrivals. Guards grew more anxious. Supplies grew scarcer. Production quotas, however, did not ease. In fact, pressure increased. The regime demanded more aircraft, more output, more labor, as if sheer force of will could reverse the tide of war. Gusen became a symbol of this desperation. Underground factories operated at full capacity even as the world above shifted toward collapse. Prisoners sensed change but did not know what it would bring. Would the SS destroy the tunnels to erase evidence? Would they execute remaining inmates? Would they march them into the mountains to die unseen? Each possibility was whispered in barracks after lights out. Hope and fear coexisted uneasily. Chapter 4, Segment 2 reveals a world beneath the earth, a place where industrial ambition met human annihilation. Gusen's tunnels were not merely workplaces. They were instruments of systematic destruction disguised as production facilities. Every rivet installed, every wall blasted, every shift completed carried a hidden cost measured in breath and bone. Above ground, the Reich's final chapter was being written. Below ground, men continued to labor, suspended between survival and collapse, unaware that history was closing in on the granite hills of Gusen. And soon, the underground city would face a new reality. The approach of liberation, and the chaos that would follow. Chapter 4, Segment 3, The System That Consumed Itself. By early 1945, Gusen was no longer simply a labor camp feeding the Nazi war machine. It had become a system collapsing inward, yet still killing at full speed. The tunnels beneath the granite hills were operating at maximum capacity. Messerschmitt jet components moved along crude underground assembly lines. Prisoners stumbled from blasting sites to machining stations to transport carts. Above ground, barracks overflowed. New transports continued arriving from camps being evacuated farther east. Each train delivered men already half dead from marches, frostbite, starvation, and disease. There was no space left. Barracks built for 200 now held 600. Wooden bunks designed for 3 men held 6 or 7. The sick lay on floors between rows, pressed shoulder to shoulder. The air inside the blocks was thick with the smell of sweat, infection, and decay. Lice spread freely. Typhus simmered beneath the surface, waiting to ignite. Food rations shrank even further. The war economy that had once demanded output could no longer guarantee supplies. Bread portions were reduced. Soup became thinner, sometimes little more than boiled water tinted by cabbage leaves. Men learned to swallow quickly before their stomachs rejected the emptiness. Hunger was constant, not as a sensation but as a condition, a dull ache that hollowed the body and sharpened desperation. And yet the quotas remained. The SS command at Mauthausen and its subcamps refused to acknowledge defeat. Orders continued to flow from Berlin, demanding production targets that bore no relationship to reality. Underground work shifts extended. Beatings intensified. Supervisors feared being blamed for falling output, and that fear translated directly into violence. Inside the tunnels, exhaustion reached a breaking point. Men fainted at their stations. Some never rose again. Others forced themselves upright, leaning against machinery to remain conscious. The dust in the air mixed with winter dampness, clogging lungs already weakened by malnutrition. Tuberculosis cases surged. Coughing fits echoed down the concrete corridors. There was no room for recovery. The infirmary at Gusen had long ceased to function as a hospital. It was a waiting chamber. Those too weak to work were sent there, but treatment was minimal. Injections were rare. Medication almost non-existent. Some were transferred back to Mauthausen's gas chamber under the pretense of medical relocation. Others simply died in their bunks and were removed during morning roll call. Death had become administrative. Numbers were recorded. Causes were abbreviated. Replacement labor was requisitioned. The machinery of destruction required no dramatic gestures. It operated through forms, schedules, and routine. At the same time, something new entered the camp. Panic. Rumors of approaching Allied forces intensified. Some guards began destroying paperwork. Others spoke openly about retreat. A few attempted to appear less brutal, as though anticipating future judgment. But for most prisoners, behavior changed little. Violence continued. Executions did not stop. In March and April of 1945, evacuations from other camps flooded into the Mauthausen-Gusen complex. Prisoners from Gross-Rosen, Auschwitz, and other eastern camps arrived after death marches that had already claimed thousands. They brought stories of chaos and retreat, of columns of skeletal men shot on roadsides, of villages that watched silently as the columns passed. These arrivals transformed Gusen further. The camp's mortality rate skyrocketed. There was no infrastructure left to absorb the influx. Men collapsed upon arrival and were left where they fell. Corpses accumulated faster than crematoria could process them. Mass graves were dug hurriedly in nearby fields. The line between prisoner and corpse grew dangerously thin. The SS faced a decision: Should they evacuate Gusen as well? Should they march the remaining inmates westward? Or should they attempt to destroy the underground factories and eliminate witnesses? Plans shifted daily. Some prisoners overheard fragments of conversation. Others noticed unusual movements of guards. Explosives were reportedly positioned in sections of the tunnels, perhaps to collapse them if retreat became necessary. The thought of being buried alive beneath thousands of tons of granite spread quiet terror through the barracks. Hope, however, began to surface. Not loudly, not boldly, but in cautious glances exchanged during roll call. In whispered updates from new arrivals who had seen American or Soviet troops advancing. In subtle changes in guard demeanor. The invincibility of the Reich, once presented as absolute, had fractured. Still, the killing did not stop. In the final weeks, public hangings continued. Prisoners accused of sabotage were executed in front of assembled blocks. The message remained: control would be maintained until the last possible moment. Yet control was slipping. Supply lines were severed. Communications were unreliable. Some guards deserted their posts. Others drank heavily. The chain of command that had once seemed rigid now wavered under pressure. Inside the tunnels, production slowed, not because orders changed, but because the labor force was physically incapable of sustaining the pace. Tools broke and were not replaced. Machinery malfunctioned and remained unrepaired. Engineers abandoned inspection rounds. The system that had consumed tens of thousands was itself deteriorating. For prisoners, survival became a calculation of days. Would liberation come before execution? Before forced evacuation? Before collapse from starvation? No one could answer. On the morning of May 5, 1945, the inevitable arrived. American forces approached the Mauthausen complex. SS units began fleeing. Some attempted to disguise themselves. Others vanished into surrounding forests. The gates that had defined life and death for years stood vulnerable. When liberation reached Gusen and its surrounding subcamps, what remained was not a functioning factory, but a landscape of ruin. Thousands lay too weak to stand. Barracks were filled with skeletal figures whose eyes seemed larger than their faces. The underground tunnels, once symbols of industrial ambition, echoed with silence. The war economy that had justified every cruelty had evaporated overnight. For the liberators, the sight was staggering. For the survivors, liberation was not an immediate salvation. Many were too malnourished to process solid food safely. Disease continued to claim lives even after the guards were gone. Medical teams worked frantically to stabilize conditions. Mass graves were documented. Evidence was gathered. The system had run until the final hour. Chapter 4, Segment 3 reveals a grim truth. Gusen did not collapse because it chose to stop killing. It collapsed because the regime that sustained it disintegrated. Until that moment, labor quotas, punishments, and executions continued as if victory were still possible. This was the deadliest section of Mauthausen, not only because of its numbers, but because of its method. It transformed work into extermination, bureaucracy into brutality, and underground industry into a mechanism of slow annihilation. And as the granite hills of Austria returned to quiet in the months after liberation, one reality remained undeniable. Gusen had been built to erase lives through exhaustion, but it could not erase the memory of what it had done. The tunnels remained, the stones remained, and the testimony of those who survived would ensure that this system, this carefully engineered descent into death, would never fully disappear into silence. Chapter 5, Segment 1, Expansion into a Hidden Empire. By the time Gusen reached its deadliest phase, it was no longer a single camp attached to Mauthausen. It had evolved into something far larger, a network within a network, an industrial empire concealed behind barbed wire and granite dust. What began in 1940 as a quarry subcamp became, over time, one of the most extensive forced labor systems in the Nazi concentration camp structure. The name Gusen would eventually refer not just to one camp, but to three primary sections, Gusen I, Gusen II, and Gusen III, along with dozens of smaller satellite sites scattered across Austria and southern Germany. Each expansion was driven by the same logic. Labor was a resource and prisoners were expendable. As Germany's war demands intensified after 1941, the need for construction materials, weapons production, and underground facilities grew urgent. Allied bombing campaigns were crippling surface factories across the Reich. The solution, according to Nazi planners, was to move production underground, into mountains, into quarries, into tunnels carved by prisoners who would not survive long enough to protest. Gusen was perfectly positioned for this transformation. The granite hills surrounding the camp provided both material and concealment. Existing quarry infrastructure could be repurposed. The prisoners were already accustomed to brutal labor. All that remained was scale, and scale came quickly. Gusen I expanded first. Barracks multiplied. Fences stretched farther into the landscape. Guard towers increased. Administrative offices grew in size and complexity. More SS personnel arrived, trained not only in discipline but in coordination with private companies that would profit from prisoner labor. The relationship between camp command and industry became formalized. German firms, including major armaments manufacturers, signed contracts with the SS, agreeing to pay fees for the use of concentration camp laborers. The SS, in turn, guaranteed manpower quotas. Prisoners were leased like equipment, their lives calculated in terms of output. In this system, Gusen became indispensable. By 1943, the camp was no longer just a quarry site. It had transformed into a hub for aircraft production, particularly for Messerschmitt fighter components. To protect production from Allied bombing, the Nazis launched one of their most ambitious underground construction projects: the creation of massive tunnel complexes beneath the granite hills. These tunnels would be known by code names, Bergkristall among them, and they required an enormous workforce to excavate. Thousands of prisoners were assigned to this task. They entered the mountain each morning carrying picks, shovels, drills, and blasting equipment. They worked without adequate ventilation. Dust filled their lungs. Explosives misfired. Cave-ins were frequent. The goal was speed, not safety. Every meter of tunnel carved from stone represented lives consumed. Gusen II emerged as a direct result of this underground expansion. Built closer to the tunnel entrances, it housed prisoners assigned specifically to subterranean labor. Conditions there were even more severe than in Gusen I. The population density was extreme. Sanitation almost non-existent. The turnover rate due to death, illness, and execution was staggering. Gusen III followed, smaller but strategically placed to support production needs. Together, these camps formed a tightly controlled labor complex designed not for long-term survival, but for maximum extraction of physical strength before inevitable collapse. The prisoners themselves came from across occupied Europe. Polish political prisoners remained a large presence. Soviet prisoners of war arrived in growing numbers after 1941. French resistance fighters were transported following arrests in Western Europe. Italian anti-fascists appeared after Mussolini's regime faltered. Jewish prisoners from dissolved ghettos and camps were redirected into the Mauthausen Gusen system as deportation routes shifted. Each transport added to the machinery. The classification system ensured hierarchy among prisoners. Certain nationalities were given slightly different labor assignments. Others were deliberately placed in the most punishing roles. Capos, prisoner functionaries appointed by the SS, enforced discipline within blocks and work details. Survival often depended on position within this structure. But no position offered safety. The expansion of Gusen also meant the expansion of punishment. With more prisoners came more attempts at resistance, small acts of sabotage, stolen food, whispered communication networks. The SS responded predictably. Public executions became a tool of reinforcement. Hanging posts stood visible in camp yards. Floggings were conducted in front of assembled prisoners. Isolation cells filled quickly. Terror remained essential to maintaining output. At the same time, the economic significance of Gusen elevated its status within the SS hierarchy. Camp commanders were evaluated not only on discipline but on productivity. Reports were sent to Berlin detailing numbers of prisoners, units produced, tunnel meters completed. Bureaucracy and brutality were intertwined seamlessly. Paperwork recorded everything. Every death was logged. Every transfer documented. Every production quota measured. The illusion of order masked the reality of extermination through labor. Outside the fences, local communities were aware. The smoke from crematoria drifted into nearby towns. Columns of prisoners marched visibly through roads toward work sites. The expansion of the underground projects required materials transported through civilian areas. The camp could not be entirely hidden. Yet silence prevailed. Some civilians feared the regime. Others accepted the narrative of wartime necessity. A few attempted minor acts of compassion, but open resistance was rare. The presence of Gusen became part of the regional landscape, normalized, absorbed, unspoken. As 1944 approached, Gusen's role intensified further. Allied bombing had grown relentless. German industry was under siege. The underground factories beneath Gusen became critical to sustaining fighter aircraft production. The pressure to meet quotas escalated. Work shifts lengthened. Rest periods shortened. Prisoners were now caught between collapsing war fronts and accelerating demands. The expansion that once symbolized industrial ambition became a sign of desperation. The Nazis were no longer building for conquest. They were building for survival, and they were willing to consume as many lives as necessary in the process. Chapter 5 begins here, in the transformation of Gusen from subcamp to industrial empire. It reveals how the camp system adapted to wartime pressures, how economic strategy fused with ideological cruelty, and how the underground tunnels beneath Austria became both factory and grave. Because Gusen was not static. It evolved. It expanded. And with every expansion, the distance between labor and death grew smaller. In the granite shadows of Upper Austria, the machinery of forced labor reached its most lethal efficiency, and the human cost mounted with every stone removed from the mountain. Chapter 5, Segment 2. The underground factories, Bergkristall, and the war beneath the mountain. By late 1943, Gusen was no longer merely a place of forced labor in open quarries. It had descended into the earth itself. The Allied bombing campaign over Germany had intensified. Factories in Hamburg, Berlin, and the Ruhr were burning. The Luftwaffe was losing aircraft faster than it could replace them. Nazi planners understood that if production continued above ground, it would be destroyed. So they moved it underground. The project near Gusen was given a code name, Bergkristall, Mountain Crystal. The name sounded almost beautiful. In reality, it would become one of the most lethal underground construction efforts in the concentration camp system. The plan was simple in design but catastrophic in execution. Carve vast tunnels into the granite hills near St. Georgen and Gusen. Inside those tunnels, assemble fighter aircraft, particularly the Messerschmitt Me-262, the world's first operational jet fighter. If successful, it could potentially shift the air war. But the tunnels would not build themselves. Tens of thousands of prisoners were assigned to the project. They were marched from Gusen I and Gusen II before dawn, their wooden shoes slipping on frost or mud depending on the season. Guards shouted numbers, not names. Work units were organized with brutal efficiency. Tools were distributed. Then they entered the mountain. Inside, conditions were suffocating. The air was thick with stone dust and explosive fumes. Ventilation systems were primitive and often malfunctioned. Electric lighting was dim, casting long, distorted shadows against rough walls. The noise never stopped, drills biting into granite, blasts echoing through corridors, carts grinding along temporary tracks. Work shifts stretched to 12, sometimes 14 hours. Explosives were set quickly and often carelessly. Cave-ins occurred without warning. When tunnels collapsed, prisoners trapped inside were sometimes left buried. Rescue operations were rare. Delays were unacceptable. Production quotas mattered more than lives. Dust-coated lungs, silicosis, tuberculosis, and respiratory infections spread rapidly among tunnel workers. Coughing fits echoed through barracks at night. Weakness followed. Those who could no longer keep pace were transferred, not to medical care, but to death blocks, punishment units, or backbreaking surface labor designed to finish what disease had started. Food rations did not increase to match the labor demands. A thin soup, a crust of bread, occasionally a slice of sausage or margarine. Calories were calculated to maintain minimal function, not health. Prisoners lost weight rapidly. Muscles disappeared. Ice sank deeper into skulls. The mountain consumed them. Above ground, the SS coordinated closely with German industrial firms. Messerschmitt engineers visited the site. Production diagrams were reviewed. Supervisors demanded faster excavation, faster assembly, more output. Civilian technicians worked alongside guards, often insulated from the full brutality only meters away. The separation between industry and atrocity grew thinner each day. Gusen II, built specifically to house underground workers, became synonymous with extreme mortality. Barracks were overcrowded beyond capacity. Bunks designed for 2 men held 4 or 5. Lice-infested blankets. Sanitation facilities failed under strain. Dysentery spread through blocks like wildfire. Medical care existed in name only. The infirmary often served as a holding area for those considered unfit for work. Selection did not require gas chambers here. A simple notation in a ledger, unproductive, weakened, ill, could result in transfer to Mauthausen's killing facilities or execution within Gusen itself. The system functioned through categorization. Prisoners marked with red triangles for political offenses, yellow stars for Jewish identity, green for criminal classification. Each symbol carried implications for work assignment and treatment. But in the tunnels, distinctions blurred. All were expendable. By 1944, Bergkristall had grown into a vast subterranean network stretching kilometers beneath the hills. Entire aircraft assembly lines operated underground. Components arrived by rail. Completed fuselages were moved carefully through corridors toward concealed exits. The irony was stark. Inside a mountain hollowed by slave labor, Germany attempted to build advanced jet aircraft, symbols of technological progress, using men starved to skeletal forms, working under torchlight in air thick with death. For every aircraft completed, countless bodies failed. Records show mortality rates in Gusen among the highest in the entire Mauthausen complex. Some months saw thousands perish from exhaustion, disease, beatings, or execution. The crematoria struggled to keep pace. Bodies were burned continuously. When capacity was exceeded, mass graves were dug. And still, construction expanded. Gusen III emerged to support additional production demands. Smaller satellite camps were attached to factories scattered across the region. Prisoners were transported daily in guarded columns or packed into freight wagons for short distances. Movement within the system intensified as the front lines approached. Rumors of Allied advances filtered into the camp. Whispers of Soviet victories in the east. Reports of American troops crossing into Germany. Some prisoners dared to hope. Others had learned not to believe in rescue. The SS sensed the shifting tide as well. Security tightened. Executions increased. Prisoners suspected of sabotage were hanged publicly. Underground resistance networks attempted minor disruptions, misaligned parts, slowed assembly, subtle damage to machinery. Each act carried enormous risk. Yet resistance persisted. Small groups formed inside the tunnels, sharing information, protecting the weakest when possible, preserving scraps of humanity in a place designed to erase it. In whispered conversations, they discussed survival beyond the mountain, a concept that felt increasingly fragile. By early 1945, the war was collapsing around Gusen. Fuel shortages disrupted transportation. Air raids came closer. German command structures fractured. Yet inside Bergkristall, production continued almost until the final weeks. The mountain did not pause. It echoed with drills and orders and coughs and explosions. It held within it both Germany's technological ambition and the evidence of systematic annihilation. When American forces eventually approached the region in May 1945, they would discover not merely a concentration camp, but an industrial grave. Bergkristall stood as proof that the Nazi regime had fused economics and extermination into a single mechanism. Labor was no longer separate from death. It was death. Chapter 5, Segment 2 reveals the underground heart of Gusen. The war beneath the mountain, where stone tunnels became assembly lines and human beings were treated as replaceable parts. Because in Gusen, even the earth itself was conscripted into the Reich's final, desperate gamble. And beneath that earth, thousands vanished into darkness long before liberation could reach them. Chapter 5, Segment 3, Collapse, Sabotage, and the Final Days of the Underground Reich. By early 1945, the underground empire at Gusen was no longer a symbol of strength. It was a symbol of desperation. The Reich was collapsing on every front. Soviet forces were advancing through Poland and into eastern Germany. American troops were pushing across the Rhine. Allied bombers dominated the skies. Fuel was scarce. Rail lines were severed. Communication faltered. Yet inside the tunnels of Bergkristall and the barracks of Gusen, work orders continued. Production quotas still arrived on paper. Aircraft components still moved along improvised underground assembly lines. Guards still shouted commands as though victory remained possible. The contradiction was stark. Above ground, Germany was crumbling. Beneath the granite hills, the machinery of forced labor pressed forward as if time itself could be forced to obey. But something had changed. The SS were no longer confident. Their discipline, once rigid and methodical, began to fracture under pressure. Some officers grew erratic. Others became more violent. Punishments intensified, especially against prisoners suspected of sabotage. And sabotage was spreading. Within the tunnels, resistance groups had grown more organized. Prisoners working on aircraft assembly quietly misaligned parts, weakened welds, misrouted wiring, or subtly damaged components. These acts were rarely dramatic. They were precise, almost invisible. A bolt tightened just slightly wrong. A component measured with deliberate inaccuracy. A minor flaw that might cause failure once the aircraft left the ground. The risks were enormous. Discovery meant execution, often public, often brutal. The SS used hangings and beatings to send a message. Bodies were displayed. Fellow prisoners were forced to watch. But the sabotage continued. For many inside Gusen, The war had already become something personal. It was no longer about national borders or armies. It was about survival, dignity, and the refusal to become a silent cog in one's own destruction. Meanwhile, conditions deteriorated further. Food rations shrank again. Supply chains collapsed. The thin soup grew thinner. Bread portions became irregular. Some days, prisoners received almost nothing. Starvation accelerated. Men who had already been skeletal now appeared barely alive. Disease spread faster than ever. Typhus, dysentery, tuberculosis. Overcrowded barracks became breeding grounds. Sanitation systems, already fragile, failed under strain. Water supplies were contaminated. Bodies remained in bunks longer before removal because crematoria could no longer keep pace. The smell of decay lingered constantly. Inside Bergkristall, ventilation failures became more frequent. Electrical outages left sections of tunnel in darkness. Production schedules slipped. German engineers grew frantic. Meetings were tense. Arguments broke out between SS officers and industrial supervisors. The war was no longer theoretical. It was approaching. In April 1945, as American forces moved deeper into Bavaria and Upper Austria, the SS leadership faced a familiar decision: evacuate, conceal, or destroy. Orders came down to begin partial evacuations. Columns of prisoners were assembled for forced marches toward Mauthausen or other camps further west. These marches, later known as death marches, were not organized transfers. They were chaotic removals. Prisoners already weakened by years of labor were forced to walk for miles with little food, minimal clothing, and constant threat of execution. Those who stumbled were shot. Those who fell behind were left in ditches. The landscape surrounding Gusen and Mauthausen filled with shallow graves and abandoned bodies. But evacuation was incomplete. The speed of the Allied advance disrupted SS plans. Some guards fled outright. Others attempted to destroy documents. Files were burned. Equipment was sabotaged. Certain sections of tunnels were rigged for demolition, though not all were successfully destroyed. In the final days, authority inside the camp fractured. Some SS officers maintained discipline. Others abandoned posts. A few negotiated quietly for their own survival. Guards who once enforced absolute control now feared capture. Inside the barracks, prisoners sensed the shift. Whispers moved quickly. American tanks were rumored to be close. Some resistance groups prepared for possible self-defense if mass executions were attempted. There were fears that the SS might attempt a final massacre to eliminate witnesses. Tension filled every block. On May 5, 1945, American forces reached the Mauthausen-Gusen complex. What they encountered defied comprehension. Thousands of prisoners remained inside Gusen, skeletal, diseased, barely standing. The underground factories stood as eerie monuments to forced industrialization. The tunnels, carved by dying men, stretched into darkness. Equipment lay abandoned. Partially assembled aircraft components rested where work had stopped. The mountain was silent. For the first time in years, the drills had ceased. Liberation did not bring immediate relief. Medical units were overwhelmed. Starving prisoners required careful feeding to avoid fatal shock. Disease control became urgent. Typhus outbreaks threatened both survivors and liberators. Barracks had to be quarantined. The dead had to be buried. The scale of suffering was staggering. American soldiers documented what they found: photographs, testimonies, inventories of industrial equipment, lists of prisoners. The evidence revealed not merely a labor camp, but a coordinated system linking forced labor, advanced military production, and systematic extermination through exhaustion. The myth of isolated brutality collapsed. Gusen was proof that the Nazi war machine had depended directly on concentration camp labor. It was not a side operation. It was integrated into the Reich's core military ambitions. In the weeks that followed, survivors began to speak. They described the tunnels, the endless stone, the sabotage, the executions, the slow disappearance of friends and comrades. They described how men had carried each other upstairs when strength failed, how bread was divided into invisible fractions, how names were whispered so they would not be forgotten. Gusen, once intended to vanish into the landscape as a quarry and factory complex, became instead a symbol of systematic annihilation through labor. Yet unlike camps such as Auschwitz, Gusen remained less known for decades. Much of its infrastructure was dismantled after the war. The underground tunnels were sealed. Residential buildings were constructed nearby. Memory struggled against erasure, but the stone remained. The granite quarries still scarred the earth. And beneath the hills, the tunnels of Bergkristall remained as silent witnesses. Chapter 5, Segment 3 closes the arc of industrial death at Gusen, from relentless production to frantic collapse. It reveals how even in its final hours, the camp system attempted to preserve itself, and how prisoners risked everything to resist from within. Because Gusen was not merely a place where people died. It was a place where labor was weaponized, where technology coexisted with brutality, and where the mountain itself became part of a system designed to consume human life. When the war ended, the drills stopped. But the echo of what happened beneath that granite hill has never truly faded. Chapter 6, Segment 1. The Anatomy of Death Through Labor. At Gusen, death did not arrive in a single moment. It accumulated. It gathered in the lungs as dust, in the stomach as hunger, in the joints as exhaustion. It built slowly, deliberately, through a system designed not for spectacle but for attrition. If extermination camps relied on gas chambers for immediate annihilation, Gusen perfected something quieter, a method the Nazis themselves described as Vernichtung durch Arbeit, extermination through labor. The phrase sounds clinical, but inside Gusen it was policy. From the moment prisoners arrived, their bodies were assessed not as human beings but as usable units. Age, physical condition, prior profession, all were recorded not for welfare, but for assignment. Stone quarry, tunnel excavation, munitions assembly, rail transport, construction. Every man was reduced to output potential. And once that potential was exhausted, he was replaced. The structure of death through labor relied on several pillars working together. First, controlled starvation. Rations at Gusen were never sufficient for the work demanded. A watery soup, a crust of bread, sometimes a thin slice of sausage or margarine. The calories consumed could not match the energy expended hauling granite blocks, pushing carts, or drilling rock underground. Weight dropped rapidly. Muscles deteriorated. Immune systems weakened. Illness spread easily among malnourished bodies. Starvation was not an accident. It ensured compliance. A starving prisoner lacked the strength to resist. Hunger narrowed thought to one focus, survival until the next ration. The body cannibalized itself. Cheeks hollowed. Ribs pressed through skin. Legs swelled from edema. Eyes sank into skulls. The second pillar was overwork. Workdays stretched from before dawn until darkness returned. Roll call alone could last hours, prisoners standing rigid in freezing temperatures while guards counted and recounted. After that came the march to labor sites. In the quarry, men pushed wagons loaded with stone along uneven tracks. They lifted slabs heavier than their own weakened frames. They climbed the infamous stairways carved into rock faces, each step a hazard. In Bergkristall, the underground factory, labor was relentless and mechanical. Shifts rotated without mercy. Artificial light replaced sunlight. Dust filled lungs. Noise battered ears. There was no natural rhythm, only quotas. The third pillar was violence. Beatings were constant, not necessarily for specific infractions, but as reinforcement. Capos, often prisoners themselves placed in positions of authority, enforced discipline under threat of punishment. Guards used sticks, rifle butts, boots. A stumble could trigger a blow. Pause could invite a strike. Violence created unpredictability. Prisoners never knew when it would fall upon them. The fourth pillar was disease. Overcrowded barracks, poor sanitation, contaminated water. These conditions made illness inevitable. Typhus spread through lice. Dysentery weakened men already starving. Tuberculosis thrived in close quarters. Medical care existed largely for record-keeping, not treatment. Those too weak to work were often transferred to so-called infirmaries, which functioned more as waiting rooms for death. The fifth pillar was psychological erosion. Numbers replaced names. Identity was stripped away. Prisoners wore colored triangles marking political status, ethnicity, or alleged crime. Public punishments reinforced fear. Executions were sometimes conducted before assembled prisoners. The message was unmistakable. Resistance would not only fail, it would be seen. All of these elements combined to create a self-perpetuating system. The labor weakened the body. The weakened body succumbed to disease. Disease reduced productivity. Reduced productivity led to punishment. Punishment accelerated death. When a prisoner could no longer stand, he was removed. Sometimes he was shot. Sometimes he was left to die in barracks. Sometimes he was sent to Mauthausen for execution. In later years, crematoria operated continuously, smoke rising over the hills as silent evidence of attrition. Replacement prisoners arrived regularly. Transports from occupied territories replenished the labor pool. Political prisoners from France and Poland. Jews deported from Hungary. Soviet prisoners of war. Italian partisans. Resistance fighters from across Europe. The system required constant intake because it consumed human life at extraordinary speed. By 1944, Gusen had developed a reputation even within the concentration camp network. Prisoners transferred from other camps understood that assignment to Gusen often meant a shortened life expectancy. The workload was harsher, the discipline more severe, the death rate higher. It became known as one of the most lethal components of the Mauthausen complex. Yet, to the Nazi administration, Gusen was efficient. Reports measured output in tons of granite, aircraft components assembled, tunnel meters excavated. Human losses were secondary to production statistics. Bureaucratic language disguised the violence. Deaths were logged clinically. Causes listed as heart failure, pneumonia, weakness. Paper transformed brutality into data. This transformation was central to how death through labor functioned. It allowed industrial leaders and SS officials to distance themselves from the suffering their policies produced. Engineers could discuss output curves without mentioning the bodies collapsing beside conveyor belts. In many ways, Gusen demonstrated the fusion of ideology and industrial modernity. Racial doctrine identified populations deemed disposable. Administrative systems categorized them. Industrial infrastructure extracted value. And the cycle continued until the body failed. Some prisoners attempted to survive by securing lighter assignments, clerical tasks, kitchen duty, workshops. Networks formed quietly to help new arrivals understand camp routines. Bread was shared in secret. Information was passed between blocks. These small acts could mean the difference between immediate collapse and another day of endurance. But survival odds were grim. The Granite Quarries became known as open-air killing grounds. Guards sometimes forced prisoners to carry stones beyond physical limits. Collapses were common. Falls down stairways could kill multiple men at once. The quarry walls echoed with shouts and gunshots. In the tunnels, air thick with dust eroded lungs slowly. Respiratory illness became common. Electric lighting strained eyes. Mechanical repetition numbed thought. Men lost track of days, weeks, months. Time blurred. Work, roll call, barracks, work again. Death was not spectacular. It was procedural. Chapter 6, Segment 1 examines this machinery not as chaos but as design. Gusen was not an uncontrolled site of cruelty. It was structured, organized, monitored. Its brutality was calibrated to maximize extraction of labor before biological collapse. The term death through labor was not metaphorical. It described an economic model. By early 1945, tens of thousands had passed through Gusen. Many did not survive. Those who did carried physical and psychological scars that would last a lifetime. The granite hills of Upper Austria had become something else entirely, a landscape where industry, ideology, and indifference merged into a system that measured success in output and loss in silence. In the next segment, we will examine how resistance persisted within this machinery, how even under a system engineered for exhaustion, human solidarity found ways to endure. Chapter 6, Segment 2, Resistance Beneath the Surface. In a place designed to erase identity, resistance did not begin with weapons. It began with memory. At Gusen, survival itself could be an act of defiance. The system demanded obedience, silence, and physical output. It expected prisoners to fracture, to turn against one another for crumbs, for protection, for slightly lighter assignments. The architecture of the camp was built not only to exhaust the body, but to isolate the individual. Yet within this environment of calculated attrition, something fragile but persistent continued to exist. Connection. Resistance inside Gusen rarely looked dramatic. There were no banners, no open speeches, no organized protests in the early years. Instead, resistance formed quietly, cell by cell, whispered through bunk beds at night, exchanged in glances during roll call, coded in fragments of language between prisoners of different nations. Gusen held men from across Europe, Poles, French, Italians, Spaniards, Soviets, Hungarians, Jews from dozens of regions, German political prisoners, clergy, intellectuals, and resistance fighters. The diversity was deliberate. Division made control easier. Different languages, different political affiliations, different traumas. Yet shared suffering slowly created unexpected alliances. One of the earliest forms of resistance was information sharing. New arrivals were often disoriented, terrified, unaware of camp routines. Veteran prisoners quietly instructed them how to stand at roll call without attracting attention, how to ration bread to avoid fainting during labor, how to avoid certain capos known for violence, how to appear functional even when weak. These lessons could prolong life. Within certain labor units, especially clerical offices, kitchens, workshops, and later the underground factories, prisoners gained limited access to records, tools, and small opportunities for manipulation. Lists could be altered subtly. A name moved. A prisoner reassigned from quarry detail to indoor work. A transport order delayed by a day. Such adjustments were minor within the vast machinery of the camp, but to the individual saved from immediate death, they were everything. Political prisoners, particularly those who had belonged to organized resistance movements before arrest, often brought experience in clandestine coordination. They recognized familiar patterns: surveillance, informants, hierarchical control. Over time, informal networks began to solidify. These networks had no official name, but they functioned. In some blocks, trusted prisoners distributed food more evenly, ensuring the weakest received slightly more. In others, they concealed sick inmates during inspections to prevent them from being transferred and executed. When possible, tools were sabotaged quietly, a machine calibrated incorrectly, a part assembled just imperfectly enough to malfunction later without immediate detection. Such acts were dangerous. Discovery meant torture or execution. Yet resistance persisted because it provided something the camp tried to extinguish: purpose beyond survival. One of the most significant elements of resistance at Gusen involved documentation. Prisoners working in administrative offices sometimes memorized names of the dead, transport numbers, details of executions. With no access to paper that could safely leave the camp, memory became archive. Men rehearsed lists in their minds like prayers. The knowledge that someone, somewhere, would later testify gave meaning to endurance. The Nazis relied on anonymity to complete the cycle of extermination. Resistance sought to restore individuality, to ensure that numbers would become names again. Religious faith also played a quiet role. Clergy imprisoned at Gusen conducted whispered prayers, shared passages remembered from Scripture, offered comfort in barracks thick with despair. These gatherings were not always overtly organized. Sometimes they occurred under the pretense of conversation. But they reminded prisoners that moral frameworks existed beyond SS ideology. Cultural resistance appeared in small, nearly invisible gestures. A melody hummed under breath while marching. A poem recited from memory. A joke shared in the darkness. Humor, even dark and fragile, could puncture the absolute seriousness of terror. It reminded men they were still thinking beings. The underground factory complex, particularly Bergkristall, created new conditions for resistance. The sheer scale of the operation meant that prisoners from different nationalities worked in proximity. Communication across language barriers slowly improved. Improvised translation chains formed. Messages passed along assembly lines in fragments. As Allied bombing intensified in late 1944 and early 1945, prisoners became aware that the war was turning. Information filtered in through newly arrived inmates who had heard rumors. Guards themselves began to show signs of anxiety. The myth of German invincibility weakened. Hope entered cautiously. Hope could be dangerous, it could lead to reckless action, but it also strengthened resolve. Discussions about what might happen if the camp were evacuated began quietly. Would there be death marches? Would executions accelerate? Could organized resistance prevent mass slaughter in the final days? In the last months of the war, resistance networks across the Mauthausen complex became more coordinated. Prisoners in key positions attempted to slow down potential evacuation plans by disrupting transport logistics subtly. Weapons were scarce, but information was power. One of the most difficult aspects of resistance inside Gusen was navigating moral compromise. Some capos were brutal, exploiting their authority to survive longer. Others used their positions to shield fellow prisoners. The line between collaboration and survival was often blurred. The camp forced individuals into impossible choices. Resistance was not always heroic in appearance. Sometimes it meant surviving one more day. Sometimes it meant refusing to beat another prisoner. Sometimes it meant sharing a piece of bread when hunger screamed against generosity. As liberation approached in April 1945, chaos intensified. Orders from Berlin grew inconsistent. Guards debated evacuation. Transports were organized, then canceled. Executions increased in some areas. The uncertainty created a narrow window in which prisoner networks could influence outcomes. When American forces advanced into Upper Austria, some resistance members began preparing to maintain internal order if SS control collapsed suddenly. The greatest fear was not only abandonment, but reprisal, that guards might massacre inmates before retreating. In those final days, The system that had seemed immovable began to fracture. Guards deserted. Command structures weakened. Prisoner leaders stepped cautiously into roles of coordination to prevent panic. Resistance did not overthrow Gusen with a dramatic uprising. Instead, it endured long enough for the machinery to fail on its own. The importance of this endurance cannot be overstated. The Nazis had engineered Gusen as a place where identity dissolved, where solidarity would disintegrate under starvation and fear. The persistence of connection, however fragile, contradicted that design. When liberation finally came, survivors emerged not only as victims of a system, but as witnesses. The mental archives preserved in memory became testimony. Names remembered in darkness were spoken aloud in courtrooms. Acts of quiet resistance became part of historical record. Chapter 6, Segment 2 reveals that even within a system optimized for exhaustion, the human capacity for cooperation did not disappear entirely. It adapted, concealed itself. It survived in whispers and fragments. In the final segment of this chapter, we will examine the collapse of the death through labor system itself, how the final weeks of the war transformed Gusen from an engine of controlled attrition into a site of accelerating chaos and desperate concealment. Chapter 6, Segment 3, Collapse of the Machine. By the spring of 1945, the system that had ruled Gusen with mechanical precision began to tremble. For years, the camp had functioned like a grim factory. Transports arrived. Prisoners were registered, assigned numbers, categorized, and sent into quarries or tunnels. Those who collapsed were replaced. Those who died were recorded or sometimes not recorded at all. The process continued without pause, indifferent to season or suffering. But war has its own rhythm, and by early 1945 that rhythm was closing in. The Red Army was advancing from the east. American forces were pushing through Western Germany. Allied bombers dominated the skies. Rail lines were shattered. Communication between Berlin and regional SS commands grew inconsistent. Orders arrived late or contradicted previous instructions. The illusion of total control, so carefully maintained inside the barbed wire, began to crack. At Gusen, prisoners sensed the shift before they understood it fully. Guards were more tense. Roll calls stretched longer. Supplies thinned even further. The war economy, which had once demanded constant output from the underground factories, was faltering. Bombing raids disrupted production schedules. Materials failed to arrive. Machinery sat idle for hours. Yet the work did not stop. If anything, the pace intensified. The SS leadership understood one fact clearly. If the camp were captured intact, it would serve as undeniable evidence of systematic brutality. Mauthausen and Gusen had not been constructed as extermination centers in the same way as Treblinka or Sobibor, but their death toll rivaled many of them. Starvation, forced labor, shootings, medical neglect. The evidence lay in mass graves and skeletal survivors. And so discussions began about evacuation. Evacuation did not mean release. It meant death marches. Throughout the collapsing Reich, camps were being emptied as Allied armies approached. Prisoners were forced onto long marches across Germany and Austria, often without food, shelter, or medical care. Those who fell behind were shot. The objective was simple: prevent liberation from producing living witnesses in large numbers. At Gusen, rumors spread quickly. Some prisoners had heard of marches from Auschwitz and other camps. Others feared immediate execution if evacuation proved impractical. In late April 1945, chaos overtook planning. Orders were issued to destroy documents. Administrative files were burned. Some equipment was dismantled. Guards debated whether to move prisoners south toward the Alps, where rumors claimed a final German defensive stand would occur. Others argued that transportation was impossible. Rail lines were broken, fuel scarce. Meanwhile, starvation deepened. The camp population had swelled beyond capacity as transfers from other camps arrived in the war's final months. Barracks meant for hundreds now held thousands. Disease spread rapidly. Typhus and dysentery flourished in overcrowded blocks with failing sanitation. The crematoria could no longer keep pace. Bodies accumulated. Yet even in collapse, the system retained a brutal logic. Work details continued. Prisoners were still marched into tunnels. Production quotas, though increasingly unrealistic, were shouted by overseers clinging to authority that was dissolving by the hour. Inside the underground complexes, conditions deteriorated further. Ventilation systems failed intermittently. Electrical outages plunged sections into darkness. The air, already heavy with dust and fumes, grew suffocating. Prisoners began to realize that the machinery of death was not going to shut down cleanly. It would break apart. Some SS guards deserted quietly. Others drank heavily. Discipline fluctuated unpredictably. Violence became more erratic, sometimes sudden and explosive, sometimes replaced by eerie detachment. The authority that had once seemed absolute now felt brittle. In the final days of April, limited evacuations began from certain sections of the Mauthausen complex. Columns of prisoners were forced onto the roads. Those too weak to walk were left behind or shot. But a full evacuation of Gusen proved logistically impossible. The front lines were moving too fast. On May 5, 1945, American forces approached the Mauthausen complex. By then, the SS command structure had largely disintegrated. Some guards had fled. Others attempted to negotiate surrender. Prisoners, aware that liberation might be imminent, braced for either salvation or massacre. For a few tense hours, uncertainty dominated everything. Would the remaining guards attempt a final execution spree? Would explosives be used to destroy tunnels filled with prisoners? Rumors circulated wildly inside the barracks. Then the unimaginable occurred. American troops entered. The gates did not open ceremonially. There was no grand surrender staged for cameras. Instead, soldiers encountered a scene of devastation that defied expectation. Emaciated figures stumbled forward. The smell of disease and decay hung thick in the air. Survivors wore striped uniforms hanging from skeletal frames. Gusen, the deadliest subcamp of Mauthausen, was no longer hidden. Liberation, however, did not instantly end suffering. Thousands were gravely ill. Starvation had reduced bodies to near collapse. Medical teams were unprepared for the scale of crisis. Improper feeding could cause fatal shock. Disease required immediate containment. The infrastructure of the camp, built for control rather than care, offered no relief. Yet something fundamental shifted. The guards no longer commanded. The towers no longer threatened. The machine had stopped. In the days following liberation, American forces documented what they found. Photographs were taken. Testimonies were recorded. The tunnels, the barracks, the quarries all became evidence. The physical layout of the camp, once optimized for exploitation, now served as proof in future trials. For survivors, liberation was complex. Relief mingled with grief. Many had lost entire families. Others had no homes to return to. Some were too weak to move. The concept of freedom felt abstract after years of confinement. But survival itself became an act of defiance against the system that had tried to erase them. Gusen had been constructed to destroy slowly, through labor, deprivation, and relentless attrition. It had operated with bureaucratic efficiency for years. In its final weeks, it descended into disorder, but the damage it inflicted remained immeasurable. The collapse of Gusen was not dramatic in the way battles are remembered. There were no sweeping offensives, no strategic counterattacks. Instead, the camp ended the way many systems of oppression end, through exhaustion, overreach, and the advance of forces it could no longer contain. What remained were graves, memories, and testimony. The phrase death through labor was not metaphorical at Gusen. It was policy. The quarry steps, the underground tunnels, the endless roll calls, all had functioned as components of a structure designed to consume human life as raw material. When that structure finally crumbled, it left behind one undeniable truth. Systems built on dehumanization cannot sustain themselves forever, but they can cause immense destruction before they fall. Chapter 6 concludes with the machine's collapse, not because compassion intervened from within, but because war reached its gates. In the next chapter, we will examine the immediate aftermath, the search for accountability, the early investigations, and how the memory of Gusen struggled against decades of silence. Chapter 7, Segment 1, Liberation and the First Reckoning. When American forces entered the Mauthausen-Gusen complex in early May 1945, they did not walk into a battlefield. They walked into the aftermath of a system that had been running until the final hour. The war in Europe was ending.
Berlin had fallen.
Hitler was dead. German armies were surrendering across multiple fronts. Yet inside Gusen, time had moved differently. Years of forced labor, starvation, and calculated exhaustion had reduced thousands of men to shadows long before the Reich collapsed. The soldiers who arrived were not prepared for what they saw. They had heard rumors of concentration camps. Some had read intelligence reports describing forced labor and brutality. But the physical reality, skeletal survivors, barracks crowded with dying men, tunnels that smelled of dust and decay, carried a weight no report could capture. Survivors later described the moment of liberation not as an explosion of celebration, but as a quiet disbelief. For many prisoners, strength had been consumed by years of deprivation. Some could not stand when the gates were no longer guarded. Others stared in silence, unsure whether the arrival of foreign troops was real or another cruel manipulation. Hope inside Gusen had been dangerous. Hope had often led to disappointment or punishment. Now hope stood in uniform, speaking a different language. American medical personnel moved quickly. The scale of starvation was staggering. Men weighed barely more than children. Skin clung tightly to bone. Diseases, typhus, dysentery, tuberculosis, spread easily in overcrowded blocks that had never been designed for health. Doctors faced an urgent challenge: how to save people who had been systematically deprived of nourishment for years. Improper feeding could kill as surely as hunger. Bodies weakened by prolonged starvation could not process normal rations. Medical teams had to reintroduce food gradually, cautiously, even as survivors begged for more. Outside the barracks, the camp's infrastructure stood exposed. Watchtowers still cast shadows. Barbed wire still surrounded the perimeter. The quarry steps, the infamous routes prisoners had climbed carrying heavy granite blocks, remained intact. Underground factories stretched beneath the hills, silent now but still bearing the marks of frantic wartime production. Liberation did not erase what those spaces represented. In the first days after the SS fled or surrendered, American forces began documenting everything. Photographs were taken systematically. Barracks were inspected. Mass graves were located. Records that had not been destroyed were gathered. The objective was clear: preserve evidence. The Allies had learned from earlier discoveries that documentation would be essential. Denial was already emerging in some corners of Germany. Claims that atrocities were exaggerated or fabricated surfaced quickly. Visual proof, images of emaciated prisoners, of overcrowded blocks, of forced labor sites, became critical tools in countering false narratives. For survivors, the immediate focus was simpler: survival. Liberation camps often became emergency hospitals overnight. Makeshift wards were established. The sickest prisoners were separated to prevent further spread of disease. Clothing had to be replaced. Many survivors no longer fit into ordinary garments. Their bodies were so thin that fabric hung loosely from their frames. Some prisoners attempted to leave immediately, driven by the instinct to move away from the site of their suffering. Others remained, too weak to travel or uncertain where they would go. Homes had been destroyed. Families had been deported or murdered. Borders across Europe were shifting rapidly. Freedom came with uncertainty. In Gusen, another complex reality unfolded. Some local civilians claimed ignorance of what had occurred inside the camp. They insisted they had known nothing about forced labor or mass death. Yet the camp had operated openly. Prisoners had marched to quarries and factories visible from nearby roads. Smoke from crematoria had risen into the air. The question of knowledge, who knew, who suspected, who chose not to see, would become central in post-war discussions. American troops, confronted with overwhelming evidence of suffering, reacted with a mixture of discipline and anger. Some guards who had not escaped were detained immediately. Interrogations began. The chain of command was examined. Names were recorded. For years, the SS had maintained strict hierarchies within Gusen. Orders flowed downward from Berlin to regional commanders to block leaders. Now that structure was inverted. Guards stood where prisoners once had. They faced questioning rather than giving commands. But justice was not immediate. The legal framework for prosecuting war crimes was still being developed. The scale of atrocities across Europe demanded coordination between Allied powers. Evidence had to be organized, witnesses identified, responsibilities clarified. Liberation marked the end of imprisonment, but it was only the beginning of accountability. In the meantime, survivors began telling their stories. Some spoke to military investigators. Others confided in fellow prisoners or aid workers. Testimony emerged about daily routines. Roll calls in freezing weather, beatings for minor infractions, endless shifts in underground factories, executions carried out as warnings. Each story added texture to the broader understanding of how Gusen had functioned. It had not relied on dramatic spectacles of violence alone. It had relied on repetition, daily hunger, daily labor, daily humiliation, a system so normalized that cruelty became routine. The liberation of Gusen revealed not just physical devastation, but administrative precision. Records showed prisoner classifications: political prisoners, Jews, Soviet prisoners of war, resistance members. Each category had determined work assignments, rations, punishments. The bureaucracy of suffering was laid bare. In the weeks following liberation, burial teams worked continuously. Bodies that had been left in barracks or stacked near crematoria required dignified interment. Survivors who had lost friends and relatives watched as graves were marked, sometimes with names, often with numbers. The process of mourning had been delayed for years. Now it began slowly, painfully. Gusen's liberation also had symbolic significance. It demonstrated that the most secretive sections of the Nazi camp system could be exposed. The underground factories that had once symbolized industrial power now symbolized exploitation. The granite quarries that had supplied stone for Nazi architecture stood as monuments to forced labor. The camp's physical survival, unlike extermination centers that had been dismantled, meant that its layout could be studied in detail. Historians and investigators could trace movement patterns, examine construction methods, and understand how labor had been integrated into the war economy. For survivors, however, analysis mattered less than endurance. Some were transported to hospitals elsewhere in Austria or Germany. Others were placed in displaced persons camps, temporary communities created for those without immediate homes. The journey back to ordinary life would be long and uneven. Liberation ended the machine, but it did not erase its consequences. Chapter 7 begins not with celebration, but with confrontation, the confrontation between what Gusen had been and what it now represented. The next segment will explore how formal investigations developed into trials, how specific commanders were prosecuted, and how the narrative of Gusen struggled against decades of silence in post-war Europe. Chapter 7, Segment 2, Trials, Accountability, and the Struggle for Justice. Liberation exposed Gusen to the world. Justice, however, would move more slowly. In the weeks following the arrival of American forces, investigators began assembling the fragments of a shattered system. Surviving documents were collected, interrogations were conducted, and former prisoners were asked to recount what they had witnessed. The challenge was enormous. The SS had destroyed records as Allied armies advanced. Files had been burned. Orders had been given orally. Many of the highest-ranking officials had fled, gone into hiding, or taken their own lives. But Gusen had not been chaos. It had been organized, structured, bureaucratic, and bureaucracy leaves traces. Investigators focused first on identifying personnel, commandants, medical staff, block leaders, guards. They traced chains of command from the camp administration to the wider SS network. Gusen was not an isolated outpost. It was part of the Mauthausen complex and ultimately part of a system governed by central offices in Berlin. Responsibility could not simply be attributed to a handful of brutal individuals. The system itself had assigned roles, duties, quotas, and expectations. The question facing Allied prosecutors was profound. How do you put a system on trial? The first major legal proceedings connected to Mauthausen-Gusen were held under American military jurisdiction. Former SS guards and officials were charged with war crimes, including murder, torture, and mistreatment of prisoners. Survivors were called as witnesses. For many, returning to speak about what they had endured required reliving years of trauma. In courtrooms, testimonies described the Granite Quarries, the underground tunnels, the beatings that followed exhaustion, the calculated starvation, the executions carried out in the final weeks as the Reich collapsed. Survivors named individuals, the guard who struck without provocation, the overseer who selected prisoners for punishment, the officer who enforced quotas regardless of death. Some defendants claimed ignorance. Others argued they were following orders. A familiar defense emerged: obedience to authority. The trials confronted that defense directly. International law, shaped by the broader Nuremberg proceedings, began to articulate a principle that would echo across decades. Following orders does not absolve moral responsibility. Participation in crimes against humanity cannot be justified by hierarchy alone. In several cases, convictions were secured. Sentences ranged from imprisonment to execution. For survivors, these verdicts offered a measure of recognition. The world was acknowledging that what had happened in Gusen was not simply the chaos of war, but deliberate criminal conduct. Yet justice was uneven. Not all perpetrators were captured. Some reintegrated into civilian life under false identities. Others benefited from the shifting political priorities of the early Cold War, as Allied powers focused increasingly on new geopolitical tensions rather than exhaustive prosecution of every camp official. The scale of the camp system meant that thousands had been involved at different levels: guards, administrators, engineers, doctors, factory managers. Only a fraction would ever face trial. Meanwhile, survivors confronted another challenge: rebuilding lives in societies that were themselves recovering from devastation. Many former prisoners were displaced persons with no homes to return to. Entire communities had been destroyed. Families had been murdered. National borders had shifted. For Jewish survivors in particular, The question of return was often fraught with hostility or indifference in their former towns. Some emigrated to the United States, Canada, Australia, or newly established Israel. Others remained in Europe, carrying memories that were difficult to share in societies eager to move forward. In Austria and Germany, the early post-war years were marked by complex narratives of victimhood and responsibility. While the horrors of the camps were undeniable, public discourse sometimes emphasized national suffering under Allied bombing or occupation, rather than confronting full complicity in Nazi crimes. Gusen's role within the Mauthausen complex added another layer of difficulty. Over time, Mauthausen became the more widely recognized name. Gusen, though deadlier in mortality rate, risked fading into a subsection of a larger story. Memory, like justice, required deliberate effort. Former prisoners organized associations to preserve testimony and advocate for recognition. They published memoirs. They returned to the campgrounds for commemorations. They pressed governments to maintain memorial sites and support historical research. Their message was consistent. Gusen was not a footnote. It was central to understanding how forced labor and extermination through exhaustion functioned within the Nazi system. Historians began examining economic records linking Gusen's underground factories to major German companies. Aircraft components produced in those tunnels had fed directly into the Luftwaffe's war effort. The exploitation of prisoners was not incidental, it was economically integrated. This raised difficult post-war questions about corporate responsibility. To what extent had private industry benefited knowingly from forced labor? What obligations existed toward survivors? Legal and moral debates unfolded over decades. Compensation programs were established slowly and often inadequately. Many survivors lived long enough to see partial acknowledgement, but not full redress. The trials also contributed to a broader evolution in international law. Concepts such as crimes against humanity, collective responsibility, and the non-applicability of statutes of limitation for certain atrocities emerged from these proceedings. Gusen's documentation became part of a global legal archive. Yet the courtroom could only do so much. Justice in a legal sense could not restore lost years, lost families, lost health. Survivors carried physical scars, malnutrition-related illnesses, chronic injuries from quarry labor, respiratory damage from underground factories. Psychological trauma persisted in silence. In the decades that followed, some perpetrators expressed regret. Others denied wrongdoing until their deaths. A number lived quietly, never publicly confronted again. The moral reckoning remained incomplete. Chapter 7's second movement reveals that liberation is not the end of a story. It is the beginning of accountability, a process shaped by evidence, testimony, law, and memory. The trials signaled that the world would not simply turn away, but they also revealed the limits of justice when faced with systemic evil. In the next segment, we will explore how Gusen's physical landscape transformed after the war, how memorialization emerged, how parts of the camp were repurposed or neglected, and how the struggle over memory continues into the present day. Chapter 7, Segment 3, Memory, Silence, and the Long Shadow of Gusen. When the trials ended and the headlines faded, Gusen did not disappear. But for a time it almost did. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the physical grounds of Gusen remained scarred but intact, barbed wire still stretching across fields, foundations of barracks visible in the soil, tunnels hollowed deep into the hillsides. Survivors returned for commemorations in the late 1940s, standing in places where thousands had collapsed under granite blocks or suffocated in underground factories. Yet as Austria rebuilt and the Cold War reshaped Europe, the landscape began to change. Unlike some camps that were preserved early as national memorials, large portions of Gusen were gradually absorbed into civilian life. Housing developments were constructed. Roads were laid. Private properties covered sections of what had once been barracks, workshops, and guard towers. The quarry remained, but its meaning risked dilution in everyday routine. For former prisoners, this transformation was painful. They had survived a system designed to erase them. Now they watched as the physical traces of that system seemed to fade beneath new layers of normalcy. Memory, they realized, was not automatic. It required insistence. Gusen had been the deadliest section of the Mauthausen complex, yet for decades it existed in public awareness largely as a subcamp, overshadowed by the name of Mauthausen itself. Visitors traveled to the main camp memorial, but fewer made the journey to the grounds where the mortality rate had been highest, where underground factories had consumed thousands in silence. Survivor organizations began advocating more forcefully. They collected testimonies in multiple languages: Polish, French, Spanish, Russian, Hungarian, Italian. They documented names of the dead. They mapped former camp structures before they could be permanently lost beneath construction. They petitioned governments to recognize Gusen not as a peripheral site, but as a central location of Nazi forced labor and annihilation. Their efforts were not immediate victories. Public reckoning moves unevenly, shaped by politics and generational change. In Austria especially, the post-war narrative often emphasized the country's annexation by Nazi Germany rather than deep internal collaboration. Confronting the full reality of camps like Gusen required revisiting uncomfortable truths. As decades passed, however, a shift occurred. A new generation of historians and educators began re-examining the Mauthausen-Gusen complex in greater depth. Archival research uncovered corporate contracts linking underground production at Gusen to major arms manufacturers. Engineering records detailed the expansion of tunnel systems such as Bergkristall, where prisoners labored under collapsing ceilings and toxic air to assemble aircraft components. The scale of industrial integration became clearer. Gusen was not a marginal outpost of cruelty. It was a central node in the Reich's war economy. Its lethality stemmed not from chaotic brutality alone, but from calculated policy, a belief that prisoners were expendable resources to be consumed by production. Commemoration efforts expanded. Memorial plaques were installed. Guided tours were organized. International delegations visited annually, particularly from countries whose citizens had suffered heavily there: Poland, France, Spain, the Soviet Union. Survivors spoke at ceremonies, their voices slower with age but unwavering in urgency. They spoke not only of death, but of solidarity. They remembered how men shared crumbs of bread, how doctors among prisoners treated the sick with improvised tools, how clandestine networks smuggled information between barracks, how hope, fragile as it was, survived in whispered conversations about a world beyond the fences. These testimonies reshaped the narrative. Gusen became not only a symbol of annihilation through labor, but also of endurance under impossible conditions. Yet memory remains contested terrain. Some physical structures were irreversibly lost. Private homes now stand where barracks once crowded. Children play in fields that conceal mass graves beneath their soil. The coexistence of ordinary life and historic atrocity presents a quiet tension, a reminder that sites of terror do not always remain frozen in time. This tension forces difficult questions. How do societies balance development with remembrance? How do communities live atop landscapes layered with trauma? What responsibility exists to preserve not only monuments but truth? International awareness gradually deepened. Educational programs incorporated Gusen into broader Holocaust curricula. Scholars emphasized its mortality rate, estimated to have exceeded that of many other concentration camps. They highlighted its role in demonstrating how forced labor functioned as a method of extermination. They traced the movement of prisoners from across occupied Europe into its quarries and tunnels. Each name recovered from archival lists restored a fragment of individuality once reduced to a number. Digital archives now preserve photographs, testimonies, and camp records, making Gusen accessible to researchers worldwide. Where the SS once tried to conceal operations through destruction of documents, modern scholarship reconstructs events through cross-referenced evidence. The passage of time, however, brings urgency. The last survivors have largely passed away. Their first-hand voices now exist in recordings, transcripts, memoirs. With their absence comes a responsibility for later generations to carry memory forward without distortion, denial, or simplification. Gusen's story warns against abstraction. It demonstrates how policy can dehumanize, how labor can become lethal when stripped of dignity, how bureaucratic language can conceal cruelty. It shows how a system can normalize exhaustion, starvation, and execution when ideology declares certain lives unworthy. But it also shows something else. It shows that even in places engineered for annihilation, solidarity can persist. That testimony can outlast stone. That remembrance can resist erasure. Today, visitors who stand at Gusen confront a landscape both ordinary and haunted. They see residential streets, grassy fields, remnants of foundations. They descend into preserved tunnels where damp air still carries echoes of forced labor. They read names etched into memorial walls, thousands among tens of thousands. The silence there is not emptiness. It is layered with history. Chapter 7 closes not with finality, but with responsibility. Justice addressed some crimes, but memory must address all. Gusen's shadow stretches beyond its quarry and tunnels, beyond 1945, into every discussion about human rights, forced labor, and the fragility of moral order. The camp that was once meant to consume and disappear its victims now stands, imperfectly preserved, sometimes overlooked, as evidence. Evidence that systems can kill without gas chambers. Evidence that work can be weaponized. Evidence that silence enables continuation. In the next chapter, we will examine the broader legacy of Gusen within the memory of Mauthausen and the international understanding of extermination through labor, exploring how its history reshapes the way we interpret the entire camp system. For now, we leave Chapter 7 with a quiet truth. Gusen was built to erase, but it remains in records, in testimony, and in the obligation to remember. Chapter 8, Segment 1. Chelmo in the shadow of Operation Reinhard. By the time Chelmo resumed operations in 1944, the broader architecture of genocide had evolved. Camps like Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka had already carried out mass exterminations under Operation Reinhard. Auschwitz-Birkenau had expanded into a vast killing and labor complex. The methods of murder had become more centralized, more systematized, and more industrial in scale. And yet, Chelmo remained distinct. It was not a Reinhard camp, though it preceded them. It was not structured like Auschwitz, though it shared the logic of annihilation. Chelmo stood at a transitional point in the evolution of the Holocaust, a bridge between early, improvised killing methods and later, fully engineered extermination centers. To understand Chelmo's place in this system, we must look at the progression of Nazi policy. When Germany invaded Poland in 1939, anti-Jewish measures intensified rapidly. Ghettos were established, property was confiscated, and forced labor became routine. At first, deportation plans dominated Nazi thinking, ideas of forced resettlement to Madagascar or Siberia. But as the war expanded eastward in 1941, particularly with Operation Barbarossa, policy radicalized. Mass shootings by Einsatzgruppen units across the Soviet Union signaled a shift from persecution to systematic murder. Tens of thousands were killed in forests, ravines, and fields. Yet even these shootings posed logistical challenges. Ammunition use, psychological strain on shooters, and the visibility of mass graves. Chelmo emerged as a response to those challenges. The use of gas vans represented an attempt to streamline killing, to reduce the need for firing squads while maintaining mobility. It was an early experiment in making murder more efficient, more bureaucratic, and less visibly violent to the perpetrators themselves. Unlike the camps later constructed under Operation Reinhard, Chelmo did not require extensive rail infrastructure inside the camp itself. Deportees were transported to the nearby railway station at Chelmo and then transferred by truck to the manor house. The forest clearings served as burial and cremation sites. In this sense, Chelmo was both simple and methodologically innovative. It demonstrated that extermination could be organized without a massive permanent complex. It also showed that deception could be systematically integrated into the process, the promise of resettlement, the orderly unloading, the staged procedures before murder. When Operation Reinhard camps were later designed, some lessons from Chelmo were evident. The separation of arrival and killing zones, the emphasis on deception, the elimination of witnesses, the rapid turnover of transports. But the Reinhard camps introduced fixed gas chambers using engine exhaust and later more structured killing facilities. They scaled up the process dramatically. Chelmo, therefore, occupies a crucial but often overlooked position in the chronology of the Holocaust. It was the first stationary extermination camp in occupied Poland. It began operations in December 1941, before Belzec, Sobibor, or Treblinka. It targeted the Jewish population of the Wartheland systematically and almost completely. In doing so, it demonstrated that entire regional communities could be eradicated through coordinated deportation and immediate killing. When the camp temporarily ceased operations in 1943, much of its intended target population had already been destroyed. Its reopening in 1944 coincided with the final liquidation of the Lodz ghetto. By that time, the broader machinery of extermination had reached its most lethal phase. Auschwitz-Birkenau was operating at full capacity. The Hungarian deportations were imminent. The Nazi regime, even as military defeat loomed, intensified its efforts to complete what it called the final solution. Chelmo's final phase was thus not an isolated episode. It was part of a closing chapter in a continent-wide campaign of annihilation. Yet Chelmo's relative obscurity in post-war memory reflects something deeper. Because it left fewer surviving witnesses and fewer intact structures, it did not occupy the same symbolic space as Auschwitz. But historically, it reveals the incremental nature of genocide. There was no single moment when the Holocaust began in its fully industrialized form. There were stages, adaptations, experiments. Chelmo represents one of those early stages where policy hardened into practice and method replaced improvisation. The camp's small administrative staff, the reliance on mobile gas vans, and the forest cremations illustrate how genocide can be conducted through minimal infrastructure when supported by ideological commitment and bureaucratic coordination. As we move forward in this chapter, we will examine the specific administrative structure of Chelmo, who commanded it, how orders were transmitted, how regional authorities coordinated deportations, and how the camp fit into the hierarchy of Nazi governance. Understanding Chelmo requires more than recounting events. It requires tracing the links between local initiative and central policy, between Berlin's directives and the forest clearings near the village of Chelmo. Because genocide did not function as chaos. It functioned as organization. Chapter 8, Segment 2. Daily life inside a system built to exhaust. If annihilation through labor was the guiding principle of Gusen, daily life was the mechanism that carried it out. The day did not begin with light. It began with noise. Before dawn, sirens or shouted commands tore through the barracks. Prisoners rose from wooden bunks stacked 3 levels high, bodies pressed together through the night for warmth. Sleep was shallow. often interrupted by coughing, fever, nightmares, or the quiet sobbing of men who knew they would not endure another week. The barracks were overcrowded beyond design. Structures built for a few hundred held far more. Straw mattresses rotted quickly, crawling with lice. Blankets were thin and rarely washed. Hygiene facilities were inadequate. Latrines overflowed. Water for washing was scarce and sometimes frozen in winter. Disease spread easily in such conditions. Typhus, dysentery, tuberculosis, these were not isolated outbreaks but constant presences. A cough in one corner of the barracks could mean half the room would fall ill within days. Medical attention was minimal. The infirmary or revier functioned less as a hospital and more as a sorting space. Those who might recover were given basic attention. Those deemed too weak were often left untreated or worse. After the chaotic rush of waking came roll call. Appellplatz, the roll call square, was a place of ritual humiliation. Prisoners stood in rigid rows regardless of weather. In winter, they shivered for hours in thin uniforms. In summer, heat radiated off packed earth. Guards counted and recounted. If numbers did not align, the entire formation remained standing until they did. Sometimes bodies were carried into formation so the dead could be counted. Delays meant punishment. Punishment meant beatings. And beatings meant that those already weakened would not last long in the quarries or tunnels. Food followed, if it could be called that. Morning rations were minimal. A dark liquid passed off as coffee, perhaps a fragment of bread. Lunch, distributed at worksites, often consisted of watery soup, cabbage leaves floating in thin broth, occasionally a sliver of potato. Evening brought another piece of bread, sometimes margarine, sometimes a spoon of ersatz jam. Caloric intake was catastrophically insufficient for men performing extreme physical labor. The result was visible. Cheeks hollowed. Skin clung to bone. Muscles wasted away. Eyes sank deep into gaunt faces. Hunger became a constant ache, shaping every thought. Prisoners spoke of food in whispers, recalling recipes from home as a form of mental escape. After roll call, work details marched out. The Granite Quarry remained among the most punishing assignments. Prisoners climbed down into the pit, tools in hand, and began breaking, cutting, and lifting stone. The labor was relentless. Guards monitored pace with shouts and blows. Those who slowed were beaten. Those who fell were sometimes left where they lay until the shift ended. Then there were the tunnels. Inside the underground factories, prisoners assembled aircraft parts for Messerschmitt and other companies essential to the German war effort. The air was thick with dust and chemical fumes. Lighting was dim and uneven. Noise echoed from drills and machinery. Shifts extended long beyond human endurance. Time blurred. There were no clocks prisoners could rely on, only exhaustion and the faint changes in air temperature signaling the passing of hours. 12-hour shifts were common, sometimes longer. Returning to camp after work did not bring relief. Another roll call awaited, again counting, again standing in lines regardless of illness. If a man collapsed during roll call, guards might kick him back to his feet or drag him away. Punishments were public. Hangings were staged before assembled prisoners to reinforce obedience. Men accused of sabotage, theft, or insubordination were beaten with wooden clubs or executed. The message was constant: productivity over survival. Hierarchy among prisoners added another layer of complexity. Certain inmates were appointed as capos or block leaders. Some abused their positions to secure better rations or protection. Others attempted to mitigate brutality, risking their own lives to shield weaker men. The moral terrain was treacherous. Choices were rarely clean. Friendships became survival tools. Sharing crumbs of bread, trading places in line, whispering warnings about upcoming inspections. Small acts could mean the difference between life and death. Solidarity formed in secret, fragile networks of trust in a place designed to fragment human bonds. Letters from home were rare, censored, and often delayed. Many prisoners had no idea if their families were alive. Hope narrowed to immediate survival, endure the day, survive the shift, wake again tomorrow. And yet, amid this calculated erosion of humanity, culture persisted. Some prisoners recited poetry from memory. Others whispered prayers. A fragment of song hummed quietly in a barracks at night became an act of quiet defiance. These gestures did not overthrow the system, but they preserved identity within it. The psychological toll was immense. Constant hunger altered thought patterns. Fear sharpened reflexes. The unpredictability of violence produced chronic anxiety. Some prisoners withdrew inward, conserving emotional energy. Others clung fiercely to companionship. Gusen's daily life was not chaotic brutality alone. It was structured brutality. Schedules, whistles, assignments, quotas. These formed a framework within which suffering unfolded predictably. Guards rotated shifts. Administrators updated ledgers. Production targets were reviewed. The machinery of war continued above ground, powered in part by bodies wasting away below. Winter intensified everything. Cold seeped through barack walls. Frost gathered on blankets. Work did not slow. Fingers stiffened around tools. Frostbite became common. Men with insufficient footwear wrapped feet in scraps of cloth. Illness rose sharply. The weak disappeared quickly. Summer brought different torments. Heat, dehydration, swarms of insects. Dust clung to sweat-soaked skin. Water shortages worsened. There was no season of relief. Every day reinforced the same reality. The system functioned regardless of individual suffering. As Allied bombings intensified elsewhere, prisoners sometimes heard distant explosions. Rumors circulated, whispers of advancing armies, of possible liberation. But such rumors were dangerous. Guards punished the spread of defeatist talk. Time at Gusen stretched and contracted unpredictably. Weeks felt like years. Years vanished into repetition. For many, the body failed before the mind could fully grasp what was happening. When a prisoner could no longer work, his fate was nearly sealed. Transfers back to Mauthausen, execution, or death in the infirmary followed. Replacement transports ensured production continued. The system was self-sustaining. In the next segment, we will examine how this daily structure began to fracture as the war turned against Germany, how overcrowding intensified, how evacuations from other camps poured into Gusen, and how the final months pushed an already lethal system into its most chaotic and deadly phase. For now, we remain inside the routine. A routine designed not merely to confine, but to consume. At Gusen, the day itself was an instrument, and each sunrise marked another measured step toward exhaustion. Chapter 8, Segment 3, Collapse, Overcrowding, and the Final Descent. By the beginning of 1945, the system that had made Gusen so brutally efficient began to buckle, not from mercy, but from pressure. The war was turning decisively against Germany. Soviet forces advanced from the east. American troops crossed the Rhine. Camps further east were evacuated in haste. Columns of prisoners were driven westward on foot or forced into open freight cars, pushed deeper into the shrinking territory of the Reich. Many of those transports arrived at Mauthausen, Gusen. They did not arrive as workers ready for labor. They arrived as survivors of other infernos. Men staggered off trains skeletal, frostbitten, delirious from hunger and exhaustion. Some had marched for weeks through snow and mud, beaten if they fell behind. Others had survived sealed boxcars without food or water. They entered Gusen already half dead, and were absorbed into a system that had no capacity left to sustain them. Overcrowding intensified beyond anything seen before. Barracks meant for hundreds now held far more. Prisoners slept packed so tightly that turning over required coordination. New arrivals were sometimes placed in unfinished structures, workshops, even open ground. Sanitation systems collapsed under the strain. Latrines overflowed. Water supplies faltered. With overcrowding came disease on a scale that even Gusen's administrators struggled to manage. Typhus spread rapidly, carried by lice thriving in filthy clothing and unwashed bedding. Dysentery tore through barracks where sanitation had broken down completely. Fevered men lay side by side with the dying. The infirmary could not cope. Medicines were scarce. Staff were overwhelmed or indifferent. Production quotas, however, did not disappear. Messerschmitt factories still demanded aircraft parts. Underground tunnels still required maintenance. Guards still enforced shifts. Even as prisoners wasted away in greater numbers, work details were assembled daily. The contradiction became grotesque. On one side of the fence, the Reich clung to technological warfare. On the other, the human machinery driving that production was disintegrating. Food rations shrank further. Supply lines across Germany were fractured by bombing and advancing armies. Deliveries were irregular. Bread portions diminished. Soup thinned into flavored water. Starvation accelerated visibly. Men who had survived years of forced labor now succumbed within weeks. The dead accumulated faster than the crematoria could process. Corpses were stacked in corners of barracks, along walls beside fences. Work details were assigned to transport bodies to burning facilities, but even these systems faltered under sheer volume. The smell of decay lingered constantly. Discipline among guards grew harsher and more erratic. Some SS personnel sensed the approaching end. Panic crept into their routines. Punishments became unpredictable. Sudden beatings, arbitrary executions. Others clung rigidly to regulations, enforcing roll calls and counts with mechanical precision as though procedure itself could halt collapse. Rumors filtered in from beyond the wire. Whispers of American advances. Stories of Soviet breakthroughs. Prisoners who had worked in administrative offices or external details passed fragments of information along in hushed tones. Hope flickered, cautious, fragile, dangerous. Because hope could be punished, the SS leadership began issuing evacuation orders. As front lines approached Austria, discussions intensified about clearing camps to prevent prisoners from being liberated alive. Death marches were prepared. Lists were drawn. Transports were organized. For prisoners, evacuation meant terror. Marches in the dead of winter, minimal food, guards shooting those who fell behind. Survivors of earlier evacuations warned of frozen corpses lining roads. Yet remaining in the camp offered no safety either. In Gusen, preparations unfolded chaotically. Some prisoners were moved toward Mauthausen. Others were assembled into columns. Still others were left where they were as administrators debated shifting priorities. Records were destroyed. Files burned. Evidence quietly removed where possible. But unlike some extermination sites, Gusen and Mauthausen could not be erased easily. The scale was too vast. The structures too permanent. The collapse too rapid. By April 1945, authority frayed visibly. Guard numbers fluctuated as some fled or were reassigned. Chain of command blurred. Orders contradicted one another. Some SS units abandoned posts. Others remained, determined to maintain control until the last moment. Inside the barracks, prisoners sensed the shift. Work details grew irregular. Counts were shorter or, occasionally, forgotten. Gunfire sounded more frequently beyond the perimeter. Columns of smoke from nearby fighting marked the horizon. Hunger, however, remained constant. Starving men lacked strength to plan revolt on a large scale. Survival remained immediate and physical. Share a crust. Avoid notice. Stay upright during roll call. And yet, even in collapse, solidarity strengthened. Networks that had quietly supported one another for years now coordinated more deliberately. Information passed more freely. Prisoners assigned to kitchen or warehouse duties tried to divert scraps toward the weakest. Those with contacts in administrative offices monitored developments closely. The atmosphere was no longer one of relentless routine. It was one of suspended breath. Would they be marched out and shot on the road? Would the guards kill them before liberation? Would liberation come at all? The underground factories fell increasingly silent as production faltered. Tools lay unused for hours at a time. Machinery echoed through emptier tunnels. Exhausted workers leaned against walls when guards were distracted. Death, once systematic and scheduled, became chaotic. Some days brought no organized labor, only waiting. Other days resumed brutal normalcy. Uncertainty gnawed at both prisoners and guards alike. In late April, distant artillery became audible. The front was no longer rumor. It was approaching sound. SS leadership debated evacuation versus abandonment. Some units began withdrawing. Prisoners observed subtle changes. Fewer patrols, gates left unattended longer than usual, nervous glances exchanged among guards. Yet even in these final days, executions occurred. Selected prisoners were hanged. Others were shot during attempted escapes or alleged infractions. The system, even collapsing, sought to assert dominance. And then, suddenly, control loosened entirely. Orders ceased. Guards disappeared from certain posts. In some sections, prisoner functionaries assumed responsibility for maintaining basic order, preventing chaos from erupting into violence among starving men. When American forces finally reached the complex in early May 1945, they encountered a camp that had not been methodically dismantled. They found bodies still lying where they had fallen. They found survivors too weak to stand, their limbs skeletal, eyes hollow but aware. They found evidence not of a single massacre, but of a prolonged system of destruction. Gusen's final phase was not a dramatic explosion of violence. It was a slow implosion, a machine that had consumed thousands grinding down under the weight of its own brutality and the collapse of the regime it served. In the next chapter, we will step into the moment of liberation itself, what American troops saw, how they responded, and how the world first confronted the reality of Gusen's deadliest years. For now, the camp waits in its final days. The guards uncertain, the prisoners suspended between terror and fragile hope, and the system that once operated with ruthless precision dissolving into silence. Chapter 9, Segment 1, Liberation Approaches. By late April 1945, the world outside Gusen was collapsing faster than anyone inside the camp could fully comprehend. For nearly 7 years, the rhythm of the camp had seemed immovable. Roll calls at dawn, forced labor in quarries and tunnels, beatings for hesitation, hunger as a constant companion. The SS had presented themselves as permanent, invincible, the architects of a 1,000-year Reich. Now, artillery thunder echoed faintly across the Austrian countryside. It was distant at first, a low vibration in the air, mistaken by some prisoners for routine industrial noise. But over the course of days, the sound grew clearer. Explosions rolled like distant storms. Columns of smoke appeared along the horizon beyond the wire. The front was no longer abstract. It was coming. Inside Gusen, tension shifted from routine cruelty to unstable uncertainty. Guards who once moved with rigid authority now spoke in hurried tones. Orders arrived and were revised within hours. Administrative offices burned papers late into the night. Smoke from incinerated files drifted across the compound. mingling with the smell of sickness and decay. Prisoners noticed everything. They had survived by observation. They saw fewer guards at certain watchtowers. They saw vehicles packed with equipment leaving the camp perimeter. They saw SS officers arguing openly, something once unimaginable. Yet the brutality did not stop. Even as collapse approached, discipline was enforced. Roll calls continued, sometimes extended for hours in cold wind while guards verified numbers. Prisoners too weak to stand were dragged upright or beaten where they lay. Work details still marched toward underground tunnels, though production had slowed drastically. The illusion of order was maintained as long as possible. But beneath it, fear spread among the SS. Rumors filtered in through official channels. American forces pushing through Bavaria. Soviet troops closing in from the east. German units retreating rapidly. The Reich shrinking day by day. For prisoners, hope came cautiously. Hope was dangerous. If liberation was near, would the SS evacuate them first? Would they be marched westward in deadly columns like so many others? Stories of death marches had reached Gusen months earlier. Skeletal survivors arriving from camps further east, describing forced marches through snow, guards shooting those who stumbled. Some prisoners believed evacuation would mean execution. Others believed the SS would abandon the camp entirely. The uncertainty was unbearable. Food supplies deteriorated further. Deliveries were irregular, disrupted by bombed rail lines and advancing armies. Rations shrank to near nothing. Men already emaciated now resembled walking shadows. Barracks filled with coughing, fever, delirium. Typhus raged unchecked. The infirmary overflowed beyond capacity. Patients lay on floors, in corridors, outside in open air when weather permitted. Doctors, themselves prisoners, worked without adequate supplies. They cleaned wounds with water alone. They rationed scraps of medicine. They recorded deaths that had become too frequent to count accurately. In some barracks, the dead remained beside the living for hours or days before removal. And yet, beneath this despair, subtle coordination intensified. Political prisoner networks, particularly those composed of communists, resistance fighters, and experienced inmates, began preparing quietly for the moment when SS control might weaken completely. They identified weapons locations. They monitored guard routines. They communicated with contacts in Mauthausen, where similar preparations were underway. Their goal was not open rebellion. Starvation had stripped them of strength for sustained combat. Their goal was survival. If the SS attempted mass execution, they would resist as best they could. If guards fled, they would maintain internal order to prevent chaos. Meanwhile, SS leadership vacillated. Some officers proposed evacuation toward the Alpine Redoubt, a rumored last stronghold in the mountains. Others argued that movement was impossible given the condition of prisoners. Some prioritized destruction of records and equipment. Others seemed paralyzed by indecision. Gunshots occasionally echoed from the perimeter. Isolated executions of prisoners accused of sabotage or escape attempts. Even in collapse, violence asserted itself. On certain days, work details were canceled without explanation. On others, prisoners were marched to tunnels only to sit idle for hours as machinery lay silent. Guards paced nervously. Radios crackled with urgent transmissions. Then came the unmistakable signs. German soldiers unrelated to the camp began passing through nearby roads in retreat. Wounded, exhausted, carrying what little equipment remained. Vehicles moved westward continuously. Civilians fled villages ahead of advancing troops. Inside Gusen, prisoners strained for confirmation. Some climbed onto bunks near small windows to glimpse movement beyond fences. Others listened at night for patterns in artillery fire. The sound grew louder, more frequent. The ground trembled faintly at intervals. The SS intensified final preparations. Certain storage areas were cleared hastily. Files were burned in greater quantities. Prisoners assigned to administrative duties reported entire archives reduced to ash. Yet the scale of Gusen's operations made complete destruction impossible. Crematoria continued operating as long as fuel remained. Bodies accumulated daily. In the final week of April, guard numbers visibly decreased. A few watchtowers were left unmanned for hours. Patrol routes shortened. Some guards appeared drunk or emotionally unstable. Others disappeared entirely. The psychological shift was profound. For years, prisoners had lived under total surveillance. Every movement observed, every whisper risky. Now gaps appeared, moments where no eyes seemed present. Hope flickered more strongly, but so did fear. If liberation arrived amid chaos, what would happen? Would fighting erupt within the camp? Would retreating SS units attempt a final massacre? No one knew. On April's final days, artillery sounded unmistakably close. Explosions could be felt clearly. Smoke from combat drifted visibly across the sky. The camp vibrated not from quarry blasts, but from war itself approaching its conclusion. Inside barracks, men whispered prayers in dozens of languages. Some wept quietly, others stared blankly, too exhausted to process possibility. The machinery of forced labor had nearly ceased. Only survival mattered. The next chapter would bring confrontation, the moment when the gates no longer separated prisoners from the outside world. But in these final hours before liberation, Gusen existed in suspended tension. A place where terror had ruled absolutely, now waiting, trembling, as that rule unraveled. In the next segment, we step into the day American forces arrived, and the reality they encountered behind the wire. Chapter 9, Segment 2. The day the gates opened. Morning did not arrive gently on the day Gusen was liberated. It came with the sound of engines. For days, artillery had drawn closer, echoing across the Austrian countryside like distant thunder. But on this morning, the sound was different. It was mechanical, direct. Heavy vehicles moving along roads that had once carried only SS transports and supply trucks. Inside the camp, prisoners were already awake. Few had slept. Rumors had circulated through the night that German units were retreating rapidly, that American troops had crossed nearby towns, that Mauthausen itself might already be surrounded. Yet fear still held them in place. They had learned never to trust hope too quickly. From certain vantage points near the perimeter, prisoners could see unusual movement beyond the wire. Civilians peered cautiously from behind buildings. Smoke rose from distant positions where retreating German forces had destroyed equipment. Some SS guards were no longer at their posts. Others stood rigidly, rifles in hand, faces pale and unreadable. Then came the unmistakable moment. American armored vehicles rolled into view on the road leading toward the complex. At first, disbelief spread faster than joy. Men blinked, squinted, leaned forward to confirm what their eyes were seeing. The shapes were unfamiliar. Different uniforms, different vehicles, white stars painted boldly on steel. The guards reacted with confusion. Some fled before confrontation. Others remained briefly, then abandoned posts when it became clear organized defense was impossible. There was no coordinated final stand. The Reich that had promised eternity dissolved into retreat. As American troops approached the gates, they did not yet understand what they were entering. They had seen combat across Europe. They had witnessed ruined towns and battlefields. But nothing had prepared them for what waited behind barbed wire at Gusen. When the outer perimeter was secured and the gates opened, the first sensory shock was the smell. It hung thick and sour in the air. Decay, sickness, overcrowding, unwashed bodies, and death. Even seasoned soldiers recoiled instinctively. Some covered their faces. Others stood stunned, struggling to reconcile the odor with the reality before them. Then they saw the prisoners. Figures emerged slowly from barracks and open yards, skeletal, hollow-eyed, wrapped in striped uniforms that hung loosely over frames reduced to bone. Many could barely walk. Some crawled. Others simply stared, unsure whether the scene was real or hallucination. American troops froze in place. For a brief moment, neither side moved. Then emotion broke through. Some prisoners fell to their knees. Others reached out trembling hands. A few attempted to run toward the soldiers but collapsed mid-step. Words tumbled out in fragmented languages: German, Polish, Russian, French, pleading, explaining, weeping. Many soldiers later recalled the silence that followed the first contact. Not a silence of peace, but of stunned comprehension. Inside barracks, the scale of devastation became undeniable. Rows of wooden bunks stacked 3 or 4 levels high held men too weak to stand. Typhus patients lay delirious. Corpses remained where they had fallen, awaiting removal that would never come. In certain blocks, the dead outnumbered the living. Medical personnel accompanying the troops immediately recognized the urgency. They began triage without delay. Water, rations, and emergency care were organized as quickly as possible. But even liberation could not reverse months of starvation overnight. Many prisoners were dangerously close to death. Food distribution required caution. Soldiers were instructed to provide small, controlled portions to avoid fatal refeeding syndrome, a condition where sudden nourishment overwhelms a body weakened by prolonged deprivation. Not all precautions could be perfectly enforced. Some prisoners, driven by instinctive hunger, consumed too much too quickly. Even in freedom, survival remained fragile. Meanwhile, documentation began. American officers quickly understood that what they were witnessing required preservation as evidence. Cameras were brought forward. Photographs captured barracks interiors, stacked bodies, malnourished survivors, abandoned administrative offices. Interrogations of remaining camp personnel were initiated immediately. A handful of SS guards had not escaped. They were disarmed and detained. Some attempted to blend into prisoner populations. Others surrendered outright. The power dynamic had reversed in a matter of hours. Prisoners who had endured years of cruelty now stood watching their former captors disarmed and restrained. Emotions surged unpredictably. There were moments of spontaneous celebration, men embracing, crying openly, laughing in disbelief. There were also moments of fury. Some survivors attempted to strike captured guards. American troops intervened to prevent uncontrolled violence, determined to maintain order even amid understandable rage. Beyond the main compound, the scale of Gusen's subcamp system came into clearer focus. Underground tunnel complexes, where prisoners had assembled aircraft parts under constant threat of collapse and starvation, were explored. Equipment lay abandoned. Machinery sat idle, evidence of a war economy that had consumed human lives as raw material. For soldiers who entered those tunnels, the darkness felt oppressive even in daylight. It was difficult to imagine thousands of men laboring their daily under starvation rations. Liberation was not a single moment. It unfolded over hours and days. Medical tents were erected, field hospitals established, delousing procedures organized to combat typhus outbreaks. Supply convoys arrived carrying blankets, clothing, and disinfectants. Engineers inspected structures to prevent further collapse or fire. Civilians from nearby towns were ordered to assist in burial details. They were brought into the camp to witness what had existed near their homes. Some appeared shocked. Others avoided eye contact. The question of knowledge, who knew, who chose not to know, hung silently over every interaction. As days passed, the prisoners' identities slowly returned. Names replaced numbers. Nationalities were recorded. Survivor testimonies began almost immediately. Stories of quarries, tunnel labor, executions, starvation, and resistance were documented with urgency, before illness or exhaustion silenced voices permanently. Not all would survive long enough to tell their stories fully. Even after liberation, deaths continued. Bodies weakened beyond recovery succumbed to disease or organ failure. Liberation ended deliberate oppression, but it could not erase physical devastation overnight. For American soldiers, Gusen left a permanent imprint. Many later described it as one of the defining experiences of their lives, a confrontation with systematic cruelty beyond battlefield combat. It transformed abstract knowledge of Nazi crimes into tangible reality. For the survivors, liberation marked the beginning of a different struggle. They were free, but many had no homes to return to, no families left alive, no countries that felt safe. Identity, belonging, and memory would become lifelong burdens. But on that first day, standing under open sky without guards dictating movement, the simplest fact remained overwhelming. They were alive. Gusen's gates had opened. The system built to consume them had collapsed. In the next segment, we explore the immediate aftermath, the stabilization of survivors, the discovery of hidden evidence, and the first steps toward justice in the shadow of unimaginable suffering. Chapter 9, Segment 3. The Meaning of Chelmo. System, Silence, and the Warning that Remains. Chelmo does not confront you with towering ruins. It does not overwhelm you with endless rows of barracks. It does not present the scale of Auschwitz or the preserved gas chambers of Majdanek. Instead, it leaves something far more unsettling: absence. An empty manor house site, a clearing in a forest, a road where vehicles once drove in measured, deliberate routine. And yet, within that absence lies one of the clearest examples of how genocide becomes a system. Chelmo was not chaotic. It was not improvised violence in the heat of battle. It was scheduled. It was recorded. It was organized around transports, fuel consumption, capacity limits, and burial logistics. Trains departed from the Lodz ghetto on specific dates. Arrival times were coordinated. Victims were processed in predictable stages. The vans operated as mobile killing chambers with calculated efficiency. The forest became the endpoint of a carefully designed procedure. The horror of Chelmo is not only what happened there. It is how smoothly it happened. Unlike later camps that relied on permanent gas chambers, Chelmo used vehicles. This mobility allowed flexibility. It reduced construction time. It allowed the killing process to begin earlier, while larger extermination centers were still being built. It demonstrated that mass murder could be implemented with limited infrastructure if ideology and administrative will aligned. This was a prototype, and prototypes matter. Chelmo revealed to Nazi planners that deportation and gassing could be integrated into existing transportation networks. It showed that deception could be standardized. It proved that the removal of victims' belongings could be monetized and absorbed into the war economy. It also demonstrated that burial and concealment required planning, leading to later refinements in cremation capacity elsewhere. Chelmo was an experiment in making death efficient, but it was also an experiment in silence. The manor house stood near a village. The forest was not remote wilderness. It was part of a living landscape. Locals saw transports. They heard engines. Some noticed smoke or unusual activity. Rumors circulated. Yet the machinery continued. Silence does not always mean ignorance. Sometimes it means fear. Sometimes it means self-preservation. Sometimes it means moral compromise. The structure of Chelmo relied not only on perpetrators, but on a surrounding environment where resistance was rare and risk was high. The regime had already normalized discrimination, isolation, and the stripping of rights. By the time gas vans began operating, the victims had been removed from social visibility. Their disappearance could be explained as resettlement. Their absence could be absorbed into daily life. Genocide does not begin with vans. It begins with exclusion. It begins when a group is defined as a problem, when language changes, when laws change, when rights are withdrawn, when bureaucratic categories replace names. By the time Chelmo opened in December 1941, years of ideological conditioning had already prepared the ground. The step from discrimination to deportation, from deportation to extermination, had been paved through policy and propaganda. Chelmo's legacy forces us to confront that progression. It also forces us to confront technological neutrality.
Ovonisho vehicle.
An engine is a machine. Exhaust is waste. Yet, under a particular system, these ordinary components became tools of murder. Technology did not create the crime, but it enabled its scale. Modern societies depend on logistics, transportation networks, supply chains, documentation systems. These are hallmarks of organization and progress. Chelmo demonstrates how quickly those same systems can be redirected toward destruction if ethical boundaries collapse. This is why Chelmo matters beyond its numbers. It matters because it shows how genocide can hide in procedure. After the war, Chelmo's relative obscurity meant that public awareness grew slowly. Many survivors had been murdered during the final liquidation. Those who lived carried testimonies that were at first overshadowed by revelations from larger camps. But as scholarship expanded, Chelmo took its place in the broader narrative, not as a footnote, but as an early chapter in the implementation of the final solution. Researchers studying the evolution of Nazi extermination policies increasingly pointed to Chelmo as a turning point. It was one of the first sites where deported Jewish populations were systematically gassed upon arrival. It bridged earlier mobile shooting operations and later fixed gas chamber complexes. It demonstrated the feasibility of extermination as administrative routine. In that sense, Chelmo was both beginning and warning. Today, visitors to the site encounter memorial markers rather than towering structures. Names of destroyed communities are inscribed. The forest stands quiet. Birds move where vans once drove. The silence is profound, but it is not emptiness. It is charged with memory. For descendants of victims, Chelmo represents unanswered questions. Many families never learned precise dates or circumstances of death. Records were incomplete. Bodies were burned or buried in mass graves. Identity was reduced to transport lists. Yet through archival research, oral history, and memorial projects, efforts continue to restore names to those who were meant to disappear without trace. This act of restoration is itself resistance to the original intent. The Nazis attempted to erase Chelmo. They dismantled structures. They destroyed evidence. They eliminated witnesses. They tried to ensure that the forest would swallow the crime. But memory persists. Chelmo's significance lies not only in documenting what happened, but in understanding how it became possible. It is a study in escalation, in bureaucratic obedience, in technological adaptation, and in moral failure. And it asks a question that extends far beyond 1941. What safeguards prevent ordinary systems from becoming instruments of harm? Laws can be changed. Language can be twisted. Institutions can be repurposed. History shows that no society is immune to radicalization if fear and ideology override human dignity. Chelmo reminds us that genocide can begin quietly. It does not require dramatic announcements. It can begin with paperwork, with transport schedules, with policy memoranda, with engines running in the background. As we approach the final chapter of this documentary, we carry this understanding forward. Chelmo was not an isolated anomaly. It was part of a broader system, one that expanded across occupied Europe. To understand that system fully, we must see how each piece fit together. Chelmo was one of the earliest pieces: a manor house, a forest, a line of vans, and a system that turned ordinary mechanisms into instruments of annihilation, until silence itself became evidence. In the next chapter, we will examine the final collapse of that system, the liberation of territories, and the lasting imprint Chelmo left on history, not as a forgotten site, but as a foundational warning about how genocide can be engineered, implemented, and almost erased. Chapter 10, Segment 1. The Reckoning Begins. When the gates of Gusen opened, the machinery of death did not simply stop. It left behind a landscape of evidence. Liberation revealed suffering, but it also revealed proof. In the days following the arrival of American forces, the camp transformed from a prison into a crime scene. Soldiers who had entered as liberators now found themselves custodians of testimony, physical remnants, and living witnesses whose stories demanded preservation. The first priority was survival. Medical teams worked without pause. Field hospitals were established inside and outside the camp perimeter. Barracks were reorganized to separate the critically ill from those strong enough to assist in recovery efforts. Typhus outbreaks required immediate quarantine measures. Disinfection units sprayed clothing and bedding. Delousing stations were constructed. The scale of medical collapse required improvisation on a level few had ever encountered. Many prisoners weighed less than half their normal body mass. Muscle had deteriorated. Immune systems were nearly gone. Starvation had damaged organs beyond repair. Some men died in hospital tents days after freedom arrived, their bodies too weakened to recover. Liberation, for them, came only hours before death. American medics faced an ethical dilemma: how to provide nourishment without triggering fatal metabolic shock. Instructions were clear: small portions, gradual increase, constant monitoring. Yet hunger, long suppressed by ration control, surged uncontrollably once food appeared. Survivors who had endured years of deprivation struggled to restrain themselves. Even rescue required discipline. Simultaneously, documentation began with urgency bordering on desperation. Officers photographed barracks, quarries, tunnels, cremation sites, execution areas. Administrative offices were searched for records. Files were gathered before they could be destroyed. Lists of prisoner numbers were compared against living survivors. Names were recorded when possible. Nationalities documented. Professions noted. The goal was simple: prevent denial. Interrogations of captured SS personnel began almost immediately. Some guards attempted to minimize their roles. Others claimed they had simply followed orders. A few insisted they had been transferred only recently and knew nothing of the broader system. The pattern of deflection and obedience emerged quickly, a script that would echo in courtrooms across Europe in the years to come. But survivors contradicted them. Prisoners identified specific guards responsible for beatings, executions, and punishments. They described the hierarchy of authority: who gave orders, who carried them out, who supervised quarry labor, who selected men for punishment details. The camp's internal power structure, once cloaked in fear, was now spoken aloud. For the first time, the SS uniform no longer guaranteed protection. Beyond immediate testimony, American forces ordered nearby civilians to enter the camp and witness what had existed in their region. Local residents were confronted with barracks filled with skeletal survivors and burial pits still fresh with earth. Some wept. Some denied knowledge. Others stared silently at scenes that could no longer be dismissed as rumor. The confrontation was deliberate. Liberators understood that memory would require witnesses beyond survivors alone. As stabilization continued, the broader scale of the Gusen complex came into sharper focus. It was not merely a subcamp of Mauthausen. It had grown into an immense industrial operation with underground factories, supply networks, and labor quotas tied directly to the German war economy. Production lists were discovered, construction blueprints examined, contracts between SS administrators and industrial firms reviewed. Paperwork confirmed what survivors had lived. Forced labor had been systematized. Death had been calculated as an acceptable operational cost. Executions had not been random acts of cruelty. They were integrated into discipline policy. Starvation rations were recorded in logistical tables. Punishment categories were defined in administrative language. The horror lay not only in violence, but in organization. In the weeks after liberation, burial efforts intensified. Bodies that had been stacked in courtyards or left in infirmary blocks were given proper graves when possible. Religious rites were improvised according to available clergy and surviving traditions. Identification proved difficult. Many victims had no surviving relatives to claim them. Graves became markers of anonymity. Meanwhile, investigations expanded beyond the camp itself. American intelligence units compiled lists of SS personnel associated with Mauthausen and its subcamps. Arrests began across Austria and Germany. Some perpetrators attempted to flee. Others blended into civilian populations. But the scale of the crimes made complete disappearance unlikely. The world was beginning to learn what had happened. News reports from liberated camps circulated rapidly. Photographs reached international audiences. Gusen, alongside Mauthausen, became part of a growing archive that shattered any lingering illusions about the Nazi camp system. For survivors, the path forward remained uncertain. Repatriation efforts were organized, but many prisoners had no homes left. Entire communities in Poland, the Soviet Union, France, the Netherlands, and elsewhere had been destroyed. Jewish survivors faced the additional trauma of returning to towns where families had been murdered and property confiscated. Liberation did not guarantee belonging. Displaced persons camps were established to house those without immediate destinations. Medical care continued for months. Psychological trauma, though not yet widely understood in clinical terms, manifested in nightmares, anxiety, silence, and survivors' guilt. Some survivors chose to testify publicly almost immediately. Others could not speak for years. But gradually, their accounts formed the foundation of post-war justice proceedings. The Mauthausen trials, held under U.S. military jurisdiction, would prosecute dozens of SS officers and camp personnel. Evidence gathered at Gusen played a critical role. Testimony from former prisoners described quarry labor, tunnel construction, starvation policies, and executions with precision that courtroom language could not soften. Justice, however, was imperfect. Not every perpetrator was captured. Not every crime could be proven in legal detail. But the principle mattered. The system that had once seemed invincible now faced judgment under international law. Gusen's role within the broader Nazi camp network became clearer through these proceedings. It had not been an isolated aberration. It was part of a deliberate strategy. Annihilation through labor. The policy of Vernichtung durch Arbeit, destruction through work, had been implemented with chilling consistency. The quarry stairs, the underground tunnels, the starvation rations, the calculated exhaustion, all had been tools. As trials progressed, another responsibility emerged: memory. Survivors and liberators recognized that the physical site of Gusen might not remain untouched. Reconstruction, Land use changes and post-war political shifts threatened to obscure the camp's footprint. Documentation, memorialization, and public education became urgent priorities. Because without memory, denial grows. In the next segment, we examine how Gusen's history was preserved, and sometimes neglected, in the decades after the war, and how the struggle to remember continues long after liberation closed the gates. Chapter 10, Segment 2, Silence, Memory, and the Long Shadow of Gusen. When the trials ended and the headlines faded, Gusen did not disappear, but it began to sink into silence. Unlike Auschwitz or Dachau, whose names quickly became symbols of the Holocaust, Gusen occupied a more complicated place in post-war memory. It had been part of the larger Mauthausen complex. It had functioned as a subcamp, even though in scale and lethality it rivaled major camps across the Reich. And in the early years after liberation, attention focused primarily on the central camp at Mauthausen. Gusen stood nearby but in shadow. The immediate post-war years were chaotic across Austria and Germany. Cities required rebuilding. Governments were restructured. Occupation zones created political divisions. The Cold War began to reshape priorities. As global tensions shifted toward East and West rivalry, the memory of specific campsites was often folded into broader narratives of war and reconstruction. For survivors of Gusen, this felt like a second erasure. Many former prisoners returned years later, hoping to find a preserved site of mourning. Instead, they found transformation. Portions of the campgrounds were repurposed. Barracks were dismantled. Land was sold. Residential buildings emerged where watchtowers once stood. The underground tunnels remained, but access was limited. The physical traces of terror began to blend into ordinary landscape. Stone replaced memory with normalcy. The granite quarries, once instruments of annihilation, returned to industrial use. The infamous stairway of death no longer echoed with daily columns of exhausted prisoners. Silence covered ground that had once been filled with shouted orders and collapsing bodies. This transformation was not necessarily born of denial alone. Post-war Austria, like Germany, struggled with its role in the Nazi system. For years, a narrative developed that cast Austria primarily as Hitler's first victim, rather than an active participant. In such a climate, confronting sites like Gusen required uncomfortable national reflection. And reflection takes time. Meanwhile, survivors organized. Across Europe and North America, former prisoners formed associations dedicated to preserving the truth about Mauthausen and Gusen. They collected testimonies, photographs, letters, and sketches. They lobbied governments to recognize the full scope of the camp complex. They returned to Austria for commemorative ceremonies, even when official acknowledgement was limited. Their persistence kept Gusen from vanishing entirely. Testimonies revealed not only the brutality of forced labor but also the internal resistance networks that had quietly formed within the camp. Political prisoners, especially those from organized resistance movements, had created clandestine communication lines. They documented deaths secretly. They protected vulnerable inmates when possible. They preserved names that administrators reduced to numbers. Memory became its own form of resistance. As decades passed, historians began to examine Gusen with renewed focus. Archival research uncovered detailed production records linking the camp directly to the Nazi war economy. Contracts between SS authorities and industrial firms demonstrated how private companies benefited from forced labor. Underground tunnel systems, once used for aircraft production, were studied as architectural evidence of systematic exploitation. The camp was no longer viewed solely as a peripheral subcamp. It was recognized as one of the deadliest nodes within the Mauthausen network. Educational initiatives expanded slowly. Memorial markers were installed. Portions of the site were protected as historical monuments. Survivor testimony became integrated into school curricula in some regions. Yet challenges remained. Urban development had permanently altered parts of the original camp layout. Many physical structures were gone. The absence itself became part of the narrative. Where buildings no longer stood, memory had to reconstruct them. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, digital archives further transformed preservation efforts. Survivor interviews were recorded on video. Documents were scanned and cataloged. International collaboration between museums, research centers, and memorial foundations increased access to records previously scattered across continents. Gusen's story reached new audiences. At the same time, denial and distortion did not vanish. As Holocaust denial movements emerged, sites like Gusen became battlegrounds of truth. The absence of intact structures made it easier for skeptics to question scale. This made documentation even more critical. Excavations, forensic studies, and archival verification reinforced what survivors had long known. Evidence existed even when buildings did not. Commemorations grew more formal over time. Annual ceremonies honored the victims. Representatives from multiple nations gathered to lay wreaths and read names. The underground tunnels, once factories of death, became spaces of solemn remembrance. Silence returned, but it was no longer the silence of secrecy. It was the silence of mourning. Gusen's legacy also expanded beyond its immediate history. It became a case study in how modern bureaucracies can weaponize labor systems. Scholars examined how industrial production targets intersected with ideological hatred. The phrase destruction through work entered broader discussions about state-sponsored exploitation. The camp's function revealed a chilling efficiency. Death did not always require overt execution. It could be achieved through quotas, exhaustion, malnutrition, and calculated neglect. For descendants of survivors, Gusen represented both trauma and endurance. Many grew up with fragmented stories, whispered recollections, scars that were never fully explained, sudden silences during family conversations. As archives became more accessible, younger generations sought documentation to understand what their relatives had endured. Memory became intergenerational. Today, walking through the area once occupied by Gusen presents a complex emotional landscape. Residential homes stand where barracks once held thousands. Children play in streets that overlay former camp boundaries. Everyday life coexists with a buried past. This juxtaposition forces a question. How should societies preserve sites of atrocity once they have been absorbed into ordinary geography? There is no simple answer. Some argue for complete preservation. Others emphasize integration with living communities. Gusen embodies this tension. This partial disappearance reflects post-war realities. This partial survival reflects persistent remembrance. What cannot be allowed to fade is understanding. Gusen teaches that genocide can operate without spectacle. It shows how forced labor, administrative efficiency, and ideological dehumanization can converge into lethal systems. It demonstrates that death can be engineered through attrition rather than immediacy. And it warns that such systems require participation from planners, guards, bureaucrats, industrial partners, and silent observers. In the final segment of this documentary, we reflect on Gusen's enduring significance, what it reveals about power, obedience, and responsibility, and why its story must continue to be told, even when the stone steps have fallen quiet. Chapter 10, Segment 3, The Enduring Warning. By the time American forces reached the Mauthausen complex in May 1945, Gusen was already collapsing from within. The SS had begun evacuations. Records were destroyed. Prisoners were marched away in columns that blurred into the wider tragedy of the death marches. Yet, unlike some extermination sites that were dismantled with calculated precision, Gusen could not be fully erased. Too many survivors remained. Too many witnesses had lived long enough to speak. And speak they did. In the years that followed, testimonies from Gusen survivors became part of a growing body of evidence presented at war crimes trials. Former SS guards, administrators, and command staff were questioned about forced labor quotas, starvation rations, beatings, hangings, and systematic neglect. Production records from underground aircraft factories were matched with prisoner lists. Industrial contracts were examined. The language of bureaucracy was laid beside the language of suffering. What emerged was not chaos, but design. Gusen had not been an accidental overflow camp. It had been engineered as a machine. Prisoners were registered, categorized, assigned, and measured. Output was tracked. Death rates were noted. Replacement transports were requested. The system assumed that exhaustion would eliminate the weak and that new arrivals would replenish the workforce. Human beings were reduced to expendable components in an industrial chain. And when those components failed, they were discarded. The phrase often associated with Mauthausen and Gusen, extermination through labor, was not propaganda. It was policy. Prisoners were sent to the quarries or tunnel complexes not with the expectation of rehabilitation, but with the expectation of attrition. Survival was statistically unlikely. Collapse was inevitable. The system depended on it. Yet within that system, humanity persisted. Survivor accounts describe acts of quiet solidarity, sharing a crust of bread, hiding a feverish comrade during inspection, altering a work roster to spare someone one more day in the tunnels. Political prisoners organized covert committees that documented deaths and preserved names. Even in an environment designed to strip identity, identity endured. This duality defines Gusen's legacy. On one side stands the machinery of destruction, efficient, methodical, supported by industrial partnerships and guarded by armed men. On the other stands fragile resistance, improvised, dangerous, sustained by memory and hope. Both existed simultaneously within the same barbed wire perimeter. After the war, however, Gusen's physical disappearance complicated remembrance. Unlike camps preserved largely intact, much of Gusen was dismantled or repurposed. Residential neighborhoods replaced prisoner barracks. Roads covered former camp boundaries. Only fragments remained. Sections of walls, quarry faces, tunnel entrances carved into rock. For decades, survivors feared that without visible ruins, the camp would fade from public consciousness. But memory does not rely solely on architecture. Historians, archivists, and educators continued to research Gusen's role within the broader Nazi camp system. Documents from SS economic offices revealed how deeply integrated forced labor had become in the German war economy. Aircraft production targets, tunnel construction schedules, and labor deployment charts showed a chilling alignment between industry and ideology. Gusen was not a side note to history. It was central to understanding how genocide and modern industry intersected. The camp also complicates simplistic narratives about how mass murder occurred. Not all Nazi killing centers relied exclusively on gas chambers. At Gusen, death often came slowly, through starvation, exposure, exhaustion, and untreated disease. Violence was constant, but so was neglect. The absence of care became as lethal as active execution. In this way, Gusen expands our understanding of the Holocaust. It reveals that genocide can manifest in multiple forms. It can be immediate and mechanized or gradual and disguised as productivity. It can operate through explicit murder orders or through quotas and supply chains that make death statistically certain. This realization carries weight beyond the historical moment. Gusen forces modern audiences to confront uncomfortable questions about systems and responsibility. How do bureaucracies normalize cruelty? How do industries justify exploitation when profit or efficiency is at stake? How do ordinary individuals participate in structures that harm others while convincing themselves they are merely following procedures? The guards at Gusen were not mythic monsters. Many were young men trained to believe in racial hierarchy and national destiny. Administrators were clerks who managed files and requisitions. Engineers oversaw tunnel construction. Managers reported output. Each role, taken individually, could appear technical or administrative. Combined, they formed a lethal apparatus. Understanding this does not excuse it, clarifies it, because Gusen demonstrates that atrocity does not require chaos. It can arise from order, from meticulously planned logistics serving destructive ideology. Today, memorial initiatives at the former Gusen site seek to bridge the gap between absence and awareness. Commemorative plaques mark former camp boundaries. Educational tours explain where barracks once stood. The underground tunnels, partially accessible, stand as silent testimony to forced labor carried out in darkness. Visitors walk through quiet neighborhoods and must imagine the past beneath their feet. For survivors who returned in later decades, the experience was complex. Some felt relief that life had resumed where death once dominated. Others felt pain at the transformation, as though history had been paved over. Many expressed a simple wish, that the story remain known. That wish shapes this documentary. Because the danger of Gusen's partial disappearance is not architectural, it is conceptual. When places of suffering fade from sight, societies may begin to believe such systems are impossible in the modern world. But Gusen was modern. It used industrial planning, economic contracts, administrative efficiency. It relied on contemporary infrastructure. It was not medieval brutality. It was 20th century organization. And that is precisely why its story matters. The liberation of Gusen did not erase the trauma carried by its survivors. Many struggled with illness, displacement, and loss for the rest of their lives. Yet through testimony, they transformed personal suffering into collective warning. Court transcripts, memoirs, and recorded interviews ensure that the camp's function is documented in their own words. They named the dead. They described the tunnels. They remembered the steps carved into granite. In doing so, they prevented total erasure. As we close this chapter and this documentary, Gusen stands as more than a subsection of Mauthausen. It stands as one of the deadliest forced labor complexes in the Nazi system, a place where tens of thousands perished not in a single moment, but through calculated depletion. It teaches that systems can be designed to exhaust life rather than extinguish it outright. It shows that ideology can be translated into policy, and policy into suffering. And it reminds us that even when structures fall and landscapes change, truth remains recoverable through evidence and testimony. Tonight, we have walked through quarries and tunnels long emptied of prisoners. We have examined records once meant to track output, not humanity. We have followed the trajectory from construction to collapse, from secrecy to trial, from silence to remembrance. Gusen was intended to break bodies and erase names. Instead, its history endures. And remembrance, steady, deliberate, and informed, remains the strongest response to systems built on dehumanization. May the victims be remembered. Tonight, we have walked through one of the darkest corners of the Nazi camp system. We have seen how Gusen was built not for spectacle, not for rapid execution, but for exhaustion, for the slow destruction of human beings through labor, starvation, violence, and calculated neglect. We have followed the quarries, the underground factories, the administrative paperwork, and the final collapse of a system that ran until the very last days of the war. Gusen reminds us of something deeply unsettling. Genocide does not always arrive with loud declarations. Sometimes it arrives with schedules, quotas, construction plans, and production targets. Sometimes it hides inside efficiency. But it also reminds us of something else. Even in places engineered to erase identity, people resisted. They shared food. They preserved names. They bore witness. And because they survived and because they spoke, Gusen did not disappear. History is not only about what happened. It is about what we choose to remember. If this documentary helped you understand this chapter of history more clearly, take a quiet moment to reflect and to carry the memory forward. And if you value deeply researched, respectful historical documentaries told in a calm, thoughtful style, consider subscribing to the channel. Your support helps keep these stories documented, preserved, and remembered. Thank you for listening. Until our next journey into history, rest well and never forget,